Lookism, What If? Chapter 1, Survey. Thursday, February 13, 2025, 1:23 a.m. Lying on his bed is a guy. The dim glow of his phone screen illuminated his face in the darkened room. His thumb lazily scrolled up as he read the latest chapter of the Busan arc, his brows furrowing deeper with each passing panel. TCH. His tongue clicked in annoyance. Vin and Vasco again? Seriously? His frustration mounted as he skimmed through the pages. Zack's fight against the number 2 of Busan had started off promising, but now it was drowned out by yet another unnecessary interruption. Zack finally found his light. And here we are, PTJ ruining everything like always. He exhaled sharply, tossing his head back onto the pillow. Why does he keep doing this? Why can't we just get a proper, uninterrupted fight? A heavy sigh left him as he locked his phone for a moment, staring blankly at the ceiling. I wish I could be in a Lookism reality. One where PTJ's horrible plot decisions don't exist. The thought lingered in his mind, but before he could dwell on it further. New survey for Lookism fans. Participate now. The notification popped up at the top of his screen. His eyes narrowed in curiosity. A survey? He muttered before tapping on it. Tired of the same plot decisions? The bold text at the top of the survey made him raise an eyebrow. No way, he muttered, intrigued. They actually know. He smiled, scrolling down. The first question appeared. Who is your favorite character in Lookism? Without hesitation, he tapped Daniel Park. The guy was the heart of the series, even if PTJ seemed hell-bent on keeping him down. The next question loaded. Why did you choose this character? He scoffed, already typing. Daniel is too nerfed, especially with his mentality. He should have been top tier by now, but instead, PTJ keeps holding him back. It's frustrating. He hit enter, expecting the usual, "Thank you for your response" message. Instead, another question appeared. When would be the best time to reincarnate into him? His fingers hovered over the screen. What the hell? He muttered, sitting up slightly. The question was bizarre. It wasn't even if he wanted to reincarnate, it was when. Is this some kind of weird joke? Still, he played along. He typed his answer. The start of the canon. The moment he pressed submit, the screen flickered. Good journey. His heart lurched. A searing pain shot through his chest, his breath caught in his throat as his phone slipped from his fingers, landing with a dull thud on the bed. His vision blurred as an unbearable pressure crushed his ribs. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. Then, nothing. Monday, April 15, 2024, 11:42 a.m. The dim, flickering light overhead buzzed softly. The bathroom walls, stained yellow with years of neglect, reeked of cheap cleaning supplies barely masking the stench of sweat and urine. Daniel Park stood inside the cramped stall, his head lowered, fists clenched tight at his sides. His school uniform, cheap, slightly oversized, and wrinkled from countless washes, clung to his chubby frame, damp with nervous sweat. Image. A deep, grating voice cut through the stale air. Bark. Daniel swallowed hard. His silence earned him a harsh kick to the back of his knee. His leg buckled, sending him collapsing onto the dirty tile floor. I said, bark, pig. Logan Lee loomed over him, his massive frame blocking the entrance to the stall. His bloated muscles pressed against his tight shirt, stretching the fabric almost to its limit. The smug curl of his lip, the sheer weight of his presence, it all made Daniel's stomach churn. Image. Two of Logan's lackeys snickered in the background with their laughter bouncing off the walls. Daniel closed his eyes. Just do it. Get it over with. Woof. The laughter exploded into full-blown hysterics. One of the guys smacked the sink, doubled over from how hard he was laughing. Yo, did you hear that? The fat ass didn't even bark, he woofed. Logan grinned, crouching down so he was eye level with Daniel. You call that barking? His voice was almost playful. You sound more like a kicked dog. Daniel hesitated. A mistake. Logan's thick fingers grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked his head up. The sudden jolt sent pain shooting down his scalp. Louder, pig. Daniel's breathing grew shallow. The humiliation burned through him, but what could he do? Logan was bigger, stronger, and had the entire school wrapped around his finger. Woof, woof. The words tasted like acid, but it was enough to satisfy Logan. Damn, you really are a mutt. He finally let go, shoving Daniel's head back. Alright, one more thing before we wrap this up. You know what to do. Daniel felt his stomach drop. His hands trembled as he reached forward, picking up Logan's cigarette from the sink. He didn't even smoke, but by now, his fingers knew the routine. He brought the cigarette to his lips. Logan pulled out his phone. You know the deal. Smile for the camera. Daniel forced a weak grin as Logan snapped the picture, another addition to his ever-growing collection of blackmail material. Good little pig. Logan cooed, ruffling Daniel's hair like he was a damn pet. His laughter echoed as he walked away with his lackeys trailing behind him. The moment the bathroom door swung shut, Daniel collapsed against the sink, his chest rising and falling in short, erratic breaths. His reflection stared back at him from the cracked mirror, pale, sweaty, pathetic. I hate this. I hate them. I hate myself. His fists clenched tighter as his knuckles turned white. And yet, like every other time, all he could do was swallow it down. 6:35 p.m. The evening air was crisp as Daniel trudged home, his school bag slung over his shoulder. The city bustled around him, but he barely noticed. His jaw still ached from where Logan had slapped him earlier. His scalp throbbed from being yanked around like a ragdoll. Every step felt heavier than the last. When he finally reached home, a cramped, one-bedroom apartment tucked away in the cheaper side of town, he hesitated at the door. The smell of warm broth and rice seeped through the cracks. His mother's voice greeted him before he even stepped inside. Daniel, you're home. Seonhui Park sat on the floor near the small kitchen, her sleeves rolled up as she stirred a pot. Her wrinkled hands, worn from years of labor, moved with practiced ease. Image. I found some leftover crab legs at the market today, she said cheerfully. It's not much, but I made soup with it. You like crab, don't you? She glanced up, her soft eyes filled with warmth. Daniel felt his stomach tighten. He wanted to be grateful. He wanted to sit down, eat, and smile like nothing was wrong. But the frustration from earlier still boiled inside him, festering like an open wound. That's all we ever eat. His voice came out sharper than he intended. Leftovers. Scraps. Can't we ever have a real meal for once? His mother blinked, her hands stilling. Daniel, I dash. He didn't wait for her to finish. He tossed his bag onto the floor and stormed into his room, slamming the door behind him. Seonhui sat there for a long moment, the ladle still in her hand. Then, with a quiet sigh, she stirred the soup again. I wonder if Daniel has tried this, she murmured. He'd like it. Chapter 2, Bullied. Friday, April 19, 2024, 7:52 a.m. The school hallways buzzed with the usual morning chatter. Students shuffled past each other, some half asleep, others too excited for the weekend ahead. Daniel Park moved through the crowd with his head down, gripping the straps of his backpack. His uniform, slightly too big for his frame, hung loosely around his shoulders, a pretty good reminder of his mother buying clothes he could grow into. Not that he ever did. Yo, fat ass. Daniel flinched at the voice before he even saw the face. Logan Lee. The towering bully leaned against a row of lockers with his arms crossed. A group of students stood nearby, eager to see what he'd do next. Daniel swallowed hard. He forced himself to keep walking, hoping, praying, that if he ignored Logan, he'd get bored. No such luck. A thick, meaty hand clamped onto his shoulder, yanking him back. "Did you not hear me, pig?" Logan sneered. "Or are your ears as clogged as your arteries?" Laughter erupted around them. Daniel clenched his jaw. "I'm talking to you, loser." Daniel forced himself to turn. "What do you want?" Logan grinned. "That's the attitude I like to see." He slapped Daniel's back, hard. "I was just thinking. You know how dogs do tricks for treats?" Daniel's stomach churned. "Yeah." Logan's grin widened. "I want to see you crawl under my legs like a real pet." The crowd roared with laughter. Some students watched in amusement while others looked away uncomfortably, pretending not to see. Daniel's hands clenched into fists. "What's wrong?" Logan taunted. "You got a problem?" Daniel inhaled sharply. He didn't move. Logan's eyes darkened. Without warning, his knee shot up, slamming into Daniel's stomach. The air rushed out of him. He doubled over, clutching his gut as pain pulsed through his body. His vision blurred for a second, and he barely registered Logan grabbing him by the collar, hauling him upright. "You listening now, pig?" Daniel gasped for air with his legs wobbling beneath him. "Why yeah," he choked out. Logan smirked. "Good. Now, crawl." Daniel hesitated. Then, slowly, he dropped to his hands and knees. The humiliation burned through him, hotter than the pain in his stomach. As he shuffled forward, slipping between Logan's legs, the crowd erupted into cheers. "That's right. Good little pig." Laughter filled the hallway, echoing off the walls. Daniel clenched his teeth. He forced himself to move faster. The moment he got to the other side, he scrambled to his feet and grabbed his bag, rushing into the nearest classroom before anyone could stop him. 12:31 p.m. Lunch was the only time Daniel found any peace. He sat alone at a small table near the back of the cafeteria, picking at the cheap meal his mother had packed. Rice, a few scraps of kimchi, and a single egg. His stomach rumbled, but he had no appetite. Across the room, Logan sat with his usual group, eating 3 trays worth of food like he owned the place. Daniel kept his eyes on his tray. "Yo!" A voice snapped him out of his thoughts. A student, someone he didn't recognize, stood beside his table. He looked nervous. You should stop letting Logan treat you like that." Daniel blinked. The student shifted on his feet. "Everyone sees it. But, I dunno, man. You should stand up for yourself." Daniel stared at him for a long moment. Then, he laughed. It was hollow, empty. "Stand up for myself," he muttered. "Against Logan?" The student bit his lip. Daniel shook his head. "Just mind your own business." The student hesitated, then sighed. He walked away, blending back into the crowd. Daniel stabbed his chopsticks into his rice. Like that would ever work. 4:15 p.m. PE class was hell. Daniel hated it. The moment the uniforms came off and the gym clothes came on, he felt even more exposed than usual. His chubby stomach stretched his shirt. His thick legs rubbed together uncomfortably in the shorts. And Logan Lee? He loved gym class. The teacher had barely finished setting up the soccer nets when Logan turned to his group with a grin forming. "All right, listen up," he announced loudly. "I got a bet for y'all." Students turned to look. Even the teacher raised an eyebrow. Logan pointed at Daniel. "This fat ass is gonna stand right there," he gestured to the middle of the field, and I bet he won't be able to dodge my shot. Murmurs spread through the class. Daniel's blood ran cold. He opened his mouth to protest, but the teacher shrugged. Just don't take it too far, Logan. Daniel's fists clenched. Are you serious? Logan grabbed a soccer ball, rolling it under his foot. All right, pig. Get in position. Daniel hesitated. Unless. Logan drawled, you're scared. Laughter rippled through the class. Daniel exhaled sharply. Screw it. He stepped forward, standing exactly where Logan wanted. Logan grinned. Try not to cry too much. He stepped back, lined up his shot. And kicked. Daniel reacted on pure instinct. He twisted to the side. The ball flew past him, slamming into the goalpost with a thud. The field went silent. Logan blinked. Daniel blinked. No one had expected that. For the first time in his life, Daniel had dodged Logan's attack. And Logan hated that. His expression darkened. You little. Before Daniel could react, Logan was on him. A fist crashed into his face, knocking him to the ground. The class gasped, but no one moved to stop it. Logan grabbed Daniel by the collar, lifting him up. And bam! A knee to the stomach. Daniel choked, spit flying from his mouth. Think you're funny, huh? Logan growled. Another punch. Daniel's head snapped back. Blood dripped from his nose. Logan, stop, someone finally shouted. But Logan didn't stop. Fists rained down on Daniel as his vision blurred while his body screamed in pain. Then. Stop. The voice rang out, sharp, panicked. Logan's fist froze midair. Everyone turned. Daniel's blood ran ice-cold. Standing at the edge of the field, eyes wide and unsteady breath, was his mother. Seonhui Park. She must have arrived early to pick him up. She must have seen everything. Daniel's stomach twisted. Her hands trembled as she took a step forward. Stop hurting my son. The field fell silent. Logan slowly turned to face her. And then, he laughed. You his mom, he sneered. Figures. No wonder he's such a weak little bitch. Daniel barely had time to think before Logan grabbed a handful of his hair, yanking his head up. You hear that, pig? Logan taunted. Your mommy came to save you. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest. His mother was still standing there, frozen in place, horror written all over her face. And for the first time in his life, Daniel wished she hadn't seen him like this. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 160 centimeters. Strength, -E. Speed, -E. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -D. Endurance, -D. Logan's grin widened. His grip tightened on Daniel's hair, yanking his head back painfully. Guess I should send you home with something to remember me by. Daniel barely had time to register the words before Logan's fist crashed into his face. Crack. Pain exploded through his skull. His vision spun. The muffled gasps of the students blurred into nothing but a dull ringing in his ears. Another punch. His body went limp as his legs gave out beneath him. And then, darkness. Daniel. Seonhui Park rushed forward, dropping to her knees beside her son's crumpled form. Her trembling hands cupped his bruised face, feeling the warmth of fresh blood staining his skin. Tears welled in her eyes. Daniel, wake up. Please. Her voice broke. She gently shook him with her breath coming in sharp, panicked gasps. Somebody help. Please, help my son. But no one moved. No one dared. Logan scoffed, rolling his shoulders as he stepped back. Tch, pathetic. He turned and walked away with his lackeys following behind. Xianhui clutched her son tightly with her shoulders shaking. Tears fell onto Daniel's swollen face as she sobbed into his shirt. Chapter 3, Reincarnation. Friday, April 19, 2024, 4:23 p.m. A dull ache settled in Daniel's body as his eyes fluttered open. His vision was hazy, blurred by lingering exhaustion, but the first thing he saw was a woman crying. Her frail hands clutched his shirt, her shoulders trembling as quiet sobs escaped her lips. The sound was heartbreaking, raw with pain. Daniel blinked with his breath hitching. No way. His fingers twitched as he stared at the scene before him. A school field. The murmuring students in the distance. And the woman sobbing into his stomach with her warmth seeping through his shirt. It was real. His mind raced. Did I, really reincarnate into Lookism? The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't in his old body. He was Daniel Park. The name echoed in his mind like a drumbeat, each repetition sinking in deeper. A sniffle brought him back. Xianhui Park slowly lifted her head, her tired, wrinkled eyes locking onto his. Daniel. Her voice was filled with relief, but there was anger too. Are you okay? Do you have any idea how scared I was? She grabbed his face, scanning it for any new injuries, her fingers brushing against the bruises Logan had left. Daniel didn't answer immediately. His mind was still struggling to catch up. A mother. He had a mother. The realization hit harder than anything Logan could throw at him. In his past life, he had never known the warmth of a parent. He had been alone from the very beginning, no soft hands to comfort him, no gentle voice to call his name. But now. Tears welled up in his eyes before he could stop them. He lifted a hand, hesitating for a brief second, then carefully cupped her cheek. Her skin was rough, weathered by years of hard work, yet it was the most comforting thing he had ever felt. And then. His mind split open. Memories flooded in. Crystal clear, sharp, and vivid. He saw everything. The bullying. The beatings. The laughter. Every humiliating moment was as clear as if he had lived them himself. The way Logan had made him bark. The way he had forced him to crawl. The cigarette pressed against his lips, the sting of every insult. Daniel's breath hitched with his grip on his mother unconsciously tightening. He felt it. All of it. The shame. The helplessness. But no pain. Because the brain couldn't feel pain. He was lucky for that. The memories settled, merging seamlessly with his own. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he was Daniel Park or the man he had been before. But it didn't matter. Because the moment he looked down at his mother again. He knew. His past life didn't matter. His new mother had given him everything she could. He could see it in the cheap, patched clothes she wore, the way her hands were rough from work, the dark circles under her eyes. She had sacrificed everything for him. And he would love her with everything he had. A deep resolve settled in his chest. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand and turned his head slightly, scanning the students around him. They were whispering, watching with mixed expressions, some awkward, some indifferent. And then his gaze landed on him. Logan Lee. Walking away. Laughing with his lackeys. Daniel's fingers curled into fists as his eyes hardened. No fear. Only hatred. A hatred so deep it burned through his veins like fire. He gently caressed his mother's hair in a steady voice, yet soft. "It's okay, Mom," he whispered. "I don't blame you for anything." She looked at him, startled. "You've done everything for me," he continued, his voice trembling with sincerity. "I love you for that." Xianhui's lips parted with her eyes glistening with fresh tears. I'll conquer the world for you. Daniel declared, conviction dripping from every word. I'll give you everything you deserve. A choked sob escaped her as she reached out, gently ruffling his hair. Daniel. You don't have to say things like that, she murmured, smiling through her tears. Just don't overwork yourself, okay? She didn't believe the conquering the world part. But Daniel did. With quiet determination, he pushed himself up, dusting off his clothes. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 160 centimeters. Strength, -E. Speed, -E. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -S. Endurance, -D. The murmurs grew louder as the students noticed him standing. And then, Logan turned around. A smug grin stretched across his face, mocking, amused. But when his eyes met Daniel's, that grin faltered. Because for the first time, Daniel wasn't looking at him with fear. He was looking at him with pure, seething hatred. Name, Logan Lee. Height, 190 centimeters. Strength, -B. Speed, -C. Potential, -SS. Intelligence, -A. Endurance, -B. Daniel exhaled slowly, his gaze locked onto Logan's. His hands reached for the thick frames resting on his nose, gripping the edges before he slowly pulled them off. Image. The world around him remained crystal clear. He didn't need these anymore. Without a second thought, he let them slip from his fingers. The glasses hit the ground with a quiet clink, forgotten. Then, he took a step forward. Logan narrowed his eyes just as Daniel strode toward him with steady, unyielding steps. The students who had been whispering among themselves fell silent, watching in disbelief. Logan's lips curled into a mocking grin. The hell are you doing, pig? You want another beat dash? Before he could finish, Daniel moved. His body shot forward like a bullet, closing the gap between them quickly. Logan barely had time to realize before Daniel leaped, using Logan's massive stomach as a foothold. The force sent shockwaves through Logan's body with his expression shifting from arrogance to surprise. Daniel propelled himself upward, twisting midair. His foot lashed out in a vicious arc. Crack! The kick connected directly with Logan's throat. Logan's chin snapped back with his eyes bulging wide as a violent choking sound ripped from his throat. His hands shot up to clutch his neck, body reeling from the sudden, agonizing impact. But Daniel wasn't done. Still in the air, his hands latched onto Logan's head with fingers gripping the thick strands of hair at the top of his skull. And then, boom! His knee slammed into Logan's nose with brutal ruthlessness. A sickening crunch echoed across the field. Blood sprayed from Logan's nostrils as his massive frame stumbled backward with his balance lost. He crashed toward the ground, his feet skidded against the dirt, barely managing to keep himself from collapsing entirely. Daniel landed with his breath coming in slow, controlled exhales. His mind was clear, not lowering his guard. The Adam's apple and the nose, areas that can't be trained. No matter how strong someone is, those weak points will always be there. Before him, Logan clutched his throat, his face contorted in fury as he coughed violently, struggling to breathe. Daniel stood tall with cold and uncaring eyes. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 160 centimeters. Strength, -D. Speed, -D. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -S. Endurance, -D. Chapter 4, Self-Hatred. Friday, April 19, 2024, 4:28 p.m. Logan clutched his throat, his chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. Blood dripped from his nose while his face twisted in shock and rage. The field was silent as the students frozen in disbelief. No one had ever seen Logan Lee stumble, let alone choke on his own breath. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand, then spat a wad of blood onto the grass before cracking his neck. You little shit." His voice was hoarse from the kick to his throat, but the fury in his eyes was clear. Daniel stood a few feet away with his own heavy breath, sweat dripping from his forehead. He felt the weight of every gaze on him, yet his mind remained locked into Logan in the way his fingers twitched in irritation, the way his stance shifted, preparing to charge. Then Logan moved. Daniel barely had time to react before Logan closed the distance between them. The sheer momentum behind his charge sent dirt flying from the field, his right fist swinging down like a hammer. Daniel stepped back, but Logan adjusted, slamming his elbow toward Daniel's ribs instead. The impact sent a dull shock through his body as he staggered sideways, gritting his teeth as pain flared up his side. Logan's reach was ridiculous, even when dodging, the sheer force behind his attacks could still catch him. He had to strike back. Daniel pivoted, shifting low before launching a quick palm strike toward Logan's nose. Logan twisted his head just in time, avoiding direct contact, but Daniel immediately followed up, his foot snapping forward in a short-range kick aimed at Logan's inner thigh. The reaction was instant, Logan's leg twitched, momentarily thrown off balance, and Daniel seized the chance to grip his ear and twist hard. Logan snarled, jerking back, but Daniel didn't stop, stomping onto Logan's right knee to further throw him off. But Logan adapted. The moment Daniel's foot left the ground, Logan grabbed him mid-motion, his massive hands locking around Daniel's torso like steel clamps. Before Daniel could break free, Logan lifted him and hurled him across the field. Daniel's body hit the dirt hard, rolling before coming to a painful stop. His ribs screamed in protest, his breath coming in sharp gasps, but he ignored it, forcing himself onto his elbows. His fingers dug into the grass as he pushed himself up with blood trickling from a fresh wound on his forehead. He was hurting, but his mind remained clear. Logan cracked his knuckles. "That all you got?" Daniel inhaled deeply. His body was battered, but that was expected. Logan wasn't just a brute, he was experienced, his ability to adjust mid-fight making him even more dangerous. But Daniel was adjusting too. Logan's fat absorbed most attacks, making blunt strikes useless, yet his nose, throat, ears, and joints reacted like any other person's. Those were the only weak points he could target. So he would. Pushing past the pain, Daniel lunged forward again. Logan met him head-on, throwing a wide punch that Daniel barely managed to slip past, feeling the wind brush against his ear. He countered immediately, jumping and slamming his palm into Logan's throat again, forcing another guttural cough from the bigger teen. Logan recoiled slightly, but this time, he forced himself through the pain, grabbing Daniel by the collar and driving a knee into his gut. The air left Daniel's lungs. His body jerked violently from the impact with his vision flashing white for a second. Logan capitalized, lifting Daniel by his collar before slamming his fist into his stomach again, then again, and again. Each blow felt like a hammer against his insides, forcing his body to curl inward. Daniel barely reacted. Pain surged through his torso, but instead of tensing up, he loosened his body, reducing the damage as much as possible. His mind remained focused, even as blood trickled from his lips. Logan was strong, but he was predictable when he got mad. He wasn't thinking anymore, just throwing raw power around. Daniel shifted slightly, and when Logan reared back for another punch, he struck first, thrusting his forehead forward and smashing it into Logan's nose again. The sickening crunch of cartilage breaking echoed through the air, sending another spray of blood flying. Logan stumbled, blinking rapidly, his vision dazed for a moment, and Daniel used the opening to drive a sharp elbow into the side of Logan's neck, forcing another pained grunt from him. But Logan wasn't done. Despite his nose dripping blood, despite his throat bruised and aching, Logan grabbed Daniel's wrist and twisted. A sharp jolt of pain shot up Daniel's arm, but he gritted his teeth as Logan yanked him in and delivered a devastating uppercut to his chin. Daniel's head snapped back, his body lifting off the ground slightly before he crashed onto the dirt again. His jaw throbbed, the metallic taste of blood thick on his tongue. Logan exhaled harshly, wiping his broken nose with the back of his sleeve before stepping forward. "You really don't know when to stay down, huh?" Daniel remained still for a second, lying on his back, his chest rising and falling. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his uniform torn and covered in dirt. His ribs ached with every breath, his body screaming at him to stop. But he didn't. Instead, he lifted a trembling hand and pressed it against the ground, slowly pushing himself up. His body protested, every movement laced with pain, yet he moved with the same calm, measured control he showed until now. His classmates watched in stunned silence. Some had expected him to be unconscious by now. Some had expected him to beg. But Daniel did neither. He got up. Slowly, steadily, until he was back on his feet, bloodied, bruised, but standing. His bangs clung to his sweaty forehead, his breathing heavy, but his eyes, those were what made Logan hesitate. There was no fear, no hesitation. Only cold, seething hatred. Logan wiped his mouth, his tongue clicking in irritation as he stared at the smaller teen. Then, his lips curled into a grin. "Heh," he scoffed, rolling his shoulders. "Guess you're tougher than I thought." Name, Logan Lee. Height, 190 centimeters. Strength, -B. Speed, -C. Potential, -SS. Intelligence, -A. Endurance, -B. Daniel said nothing. He simply stared. And for the first time in his life, Logan felt something strange creep up his spine. Daniel tilted his head back with his eyes drifting toward the sky. The clouds above moved lazily, indifferent to the chaos unfolding below. His breath was ragged, his body battered, yet his mind was sharp, cutting through the pain like a blade. Even in my past life, I always had a weak body. His fists clenched as the memories surfaced. He had never been physically strong, never had the endurance to keep up with others. But that had never stopped him from fighting. He had always been loud, brash, ready to throw hands with anyone who looked at him the wrong way. And he always lost. Yet, despite the constant defeats, no one at his school had ever disrespected him. His ruthlessness had earned him that much. Even when he was on the ground, even when he was bruised and broken, they knew he would never back down. But here, in this life, losing again to Logan. It disgusted him. Not Logan. Himself. Why was he on the losing ground again? Why was he struggling to breathe while that bastard was still standing tall? Why the hell was he still weak? It happens occasionally. When your body becomes hot in the middle of a fight. To be brief, it's self-hatred. You can't stand feeling disgusted with yourself. Why is this all I can do? Why can't I do more when I tried so hard? It rises from deep within, those emotions bubbling up like magma beneath the surface, self-hatred, a sense of inferiority, self-reproach. These emotions, this shame, this rage. They turn into hysteria. Daniel slowly lowered his head, his bloodied bangs casting a shadow over his eyes. Then, a grin spread across his face. A wide, twisted, insane grin. His shoulders relaxed, his breathing evened out, and when he lifted his gaze back to Logan, his eyes burned. "Ah, fuck it." His voice came out hoarse but steady, almost casual, yet filled with something dangerous. His grin widened even more. "Let's kill each other." Heat mode. Logan's smirk faded. Something was very wrong. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 160 centimeters. Heat mode. Strength, -B. Speed, -B. Potential, SSS. Intelligence, B. Endurance, C. Chapter 5, Copy. Friday, April 19, 2024, 4:45 p.m. The moment Daniel entered heat mode, the air changed. His bloodied lips curled into a wild grin while his eyes shining with something unhinged. His body ached, his muscles screamed, but it didn't matter. The pain, the exhaustion, none of it mattered anymore. Only the fight did. Logan's smirk had long disappeared. His stance shifted slightly, more cautious now. He wasn't dealing with the same Daniel anymore. This wasn't the quiet, calculating fighter who analyzed every move. This was something else. Daniel cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as he let out a small, breathless laugh. You standing there for a reason, Logan? Come on, let's rip each other apart. Logan clicked his tongue in irritation before charging forward. His massive body shot toward Daniel, arms outstretched in a tackle. Daniel didn't dodge. He didn't try to counter. Instead, his grin widened. Yeah. Let's go to the ground. As Logan's shoulder slammed into Daniel's stomach, they both went crashing into the dirt. Logan immediately moved to mount Daniel, his arms ready to pin him down. But Daniel was already moving. His legs snapped up, locking around Logan's torso while his fists swung wildly, hammering into Logan's head from below. Logan snarled, bringing his own fists down, slamming into Daniel's ribs. The hits were brutal, heavy, making the smaller fighter's body jolt with each impact. But Daniel just laughed. Blood dripped from his mouth, but he grinned through it, his hands gripping Logan's hair with a violent yank. You like eating dirt, Logan? Daniel's voice was crazed, breathless from the excitement. The earth's real good. Before Logan could react, Daniel twisted, rolling them over so that he was now on top. His knee pressed into Logan's chest, pinning him down while his fists rained down relentlessly. Left, right, each hit smashed into Logan's skull with raw, chaotic force. Logan tried to block, but Daniel grabbed his wrist and yanked his arm aside, exposing his face again. Bam! A fist drove into Logan's jaw, forcing his head into the ground. Bam! Another punch, Logan's teeth clenched as dirt got into his mouth. Daniel cackled. Eat it. Swallow it. Ain't nature great? Logan snapped. With a roar, he threw his body upward, his sheer strength forcing Daniel off of him. As Daniel stumbled back, Logan surged forward, fists raised. This time, he wasn't playing around. He attacked, throwing clean, powerful punches. His fists slammed into Daniel's face, his ribs, each strike carrying his full weight. Daniel staggered, but he didn't fall. He wiped the blood from his lip, grinning even wider. That's more like it. He rushed back in. They clashed again, this time with even greater ferocity. Logan threw a straight punch, but Daniel weaved under it, stepping inside and driving an elbow into his ribs. Logan grunted but countered immediately, grabbing Daniel's collar and pulling him in for a brutal headbutt. Daniel's head snapped back, but he laughed through the blood. Nice one. Here's mine. Before Logan could move, Daniel grabbed his face, yanking him forward before smashing his skull into Logan's nose. Crack. Logan stumbled. Daniel grabbed his hair before he could recover. You ain't running. Daniel sneered before dragging Logan across the field. His fingers twisted in Logan's thick hair, yanking him forward as he sprinted toward the school building. Students gasped as Daniel slammed Logan's head into the wall. Bam! A sharp impact, a spray of blood, but the wall held. Daniel didn't stop. Bam! Bam! The concrete cracked slightly under the force, but it didn't break. Logan's vision blurred while his ears rang from the repeated blows. Daniel only laughed harder, yanking Logan's head back to see his face. Not bad, big guy? You still conscious?" Logan's eyes, unfocused for a second, suddenly sharpened. Daniel barely had time to react before Logan's hands snapped up, grabbing his arms. Then, Logan Lee finally got serious. With a sharp pivot, Logan used his hip as leverage, flipping Daniel over his shoulder. Daniel's body slammed into the ground, the impact rattling through his spine. Logan didn't stop. Jiu-jitsu. The moment Daniel hit the floor, Logan locked his legs around Daniel's arm, twisting into an armbar. Pain exploded through Daniel's shoulder. His arm felt like it was being ripped from its socket. Any normal fighter would have screamed in pain. Daniel laughed instead. His free hand clawed at the dirt with his legs twisting desperately. Can't let him fully lock it in. Before Logan could extend the arm completely, Daniel rolled his body, twisting out of the hold just enough to free himself. He lunged forward, tackling Logan off balance. Logan tried to stand, but Daniel was already moving, his elbow crashing directly into Logan's temple. Both of them stumbled back. Their breaths were ragged, heavy, their bodies battered and bleeding. They stood 4 meters apart, staring at each other. Neither moved at first. Daniel's breathing was unsteady, yet his grin remained. He was still ready to go, still itching to fight. Meanwhile Logan exhaled sharply, rolling his shoulders, his body screaming for rest. He had already lost interest in the fight, his excitement fading now that Daniel was still standing. But just as he was about to turn away, Daniel moved. He rushed in without hesitation, closing the distance quickly before tackling Logan with precise force. Logan's eyes widened in shock. Daniel was smaller, weaker, yet the momentum behind the tackle was perfectly balanced. Then, before Logan could react, his own technique was used against him. Daniel's arms locked around Logan's, twisting into an armbar with perfect execution. Logan gritted his teeth with his instincts kicking in, but the moment he tried to shift, he felt it. The technique was flawless. No, it was better than his own. Daniel had copied it in an instant. No hesitation. No miscalculations. Perfect replication. But adapted. Logan had used brute force in his execution, relying on his strength to control his opponent. Daniel, however, used his own body's limitations to enhance it. His lower center of gravity, his unexpected flexibility despite his weight, it all made the lock feel twice as tight. Logan snarled, twisting violently to escape, but Daniel's grip adjusted exactly like Logan would have. It was like fighting his own reflection, except worse. Daniel laughed, his grin wide as he yanked Logan's arm back. "What's wrong, big guy? You used this on me, didn't you?" Logan growled before shifting his weight, rolling his body just enough to break free. The moment he escaped, he shot forward, but Daniel was already moving. A brutal sequence followed, Logan attacking, Daniel countering. Each time Logan went for a takedown, Daniel would use a modified version of the same move to reverse it. Each time Logan tried to overpower him, Daniel would redirect the force, using his smaller frame to slip through openings. They grappled across the dirt, their arms locking, twisting, each movement an exchange of pure technique. Logan used brute strength, experience, and instinct. Daniel used precision, unpredictability, and adaptability. Logan attempted a rear-naked choke, his thick arm wrapping around Daniel's throat, but Daniel countered by slamming the back of his head into Logan's nose before twisting out. Logan grunted in pain but transitioned into a triangle choke, locking Daniel's head between his massive thighs. For a moment, the pressure tightened around Daniel's neck. Then, a shift. Daniel hooked his leg under Logan's, rolled his body in a sudden drop, and broke the choke instantly. Logan barely had time to process what had happened before Daniel was on top of him, straddling his chest. With a crazed smile, Daniel lifted his fist. Then, bam. His knuckles crashed into Logan's temple. Again. Again. Until Logan's body slumped. Knocked out. The field was silent. The students who had been watching from a distance froze, stunned. Daniel let out a breath with his grin still lingering as he slowly stood up, turning around while dusting his clothes off. Blood dripped from his fingers, but he didn't care. His body hurt, but he didn't care. Then, without warning, he bent down, grabbed a rock, and sharply turned, his arm swinging toward Logan's head. Daniel! His mother's desperate scream pierced through his mind. Did I capture the heat mode essence? Drop reviews, stones, and visit my Patreon to support and motivate me further. Patreon, Mr_Graythorn. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 6, NYs. Daniel. His mother's voice cut through Daniel like a blade. His eyes flickered, his breathing hitched. He turned his head slightly, seeing her standing there, hands clenched tightly together, her face filled with fear and desperation. This isn't you. Her voice trembled, but she stepped forward anyway. Please, Daniel. You're not a monster. For a moment, Daniel didn't move. The rush of adrenaline, the madness that had consumed him just moments ago, it warred against something deeper inside him. He wasn't this person. He wasn't some mindless beast who couldn't control himself. He had won. He had proven himself. He didn't need to take it further. The rock slipped from his fingers, landing on the ground with a dull thud. His hands fell to his sides with his chest rising and falling with deep breaths. Then, slowly, he turned toward his mother and bowed his head. I'm sorry, Mom. His voice was quiet, heavy with exhaustion and shame. I didn't want you to see me like this. Xianhui's expression softened, and without hesitation, she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around him. I don't care how strong you get, she murmured against his shoulder. Just, don't become like them. Daniel clenched his jaw but nodded. Before anything else could be said, the PE teacher finally arrived. She took one look at Logan's unconscious body in Daniel's bloodied form, her mouth opening as if to demand an explanation. Then, Daniel looked at her. Just one look. A cold, emotionless gaze that carried only a warning. The teacher stiffened, her authority wavering instantly. She had seen enough to know what had happened. And she knew that if she pushed this in the wrong direction, the situation could turn bad for her. So instead, she cleared her throat and straightened. I apologize for the bullying that's happened under my watch. Logan Lee will face disciplinary action. Daniel didn't respond. He just nodded slightly before turning away, Xianhui following beside him as they left school together. Friday, April 19, 2024, 5:16 p.m. They had walked home in silence. Daniel could feel his mother glancing at him every few moments, but she didn't say anything. When they finally reached their small apartment, she turned to him with a sigh. Come inside, Daniel. You need to rest. But Daniel shook his head. I need to do something first. Xianhui frowned, her hands going to her hips. Daniel, you're covered in blood. You can't just dash. I know, he interrupted gently. I'll be quick. She huffed but didn't argue further. At least clean yourself up first, for heaven's sake. Daniel nodded, stepping inside. He showered quickly, washing off the blood and dirt. The hot water eased some of the pain, but his muscles still felt sore, his body stiff from the earlier fight. After dressing in fresh clothes, he grabbed a damp towel and rubbed the soreness from his arms and legs. It wasn't much, but it helped. The moment he was done, he threw on his shoes and rushed out the door. Xianhui's voice followed him down the hall. Don't do anything stupid. He didn't answer. Because what he was about to do was very, very stupid. 5:55 p.m. The moment Daniel walked back into the building, heads turned. The students who had seen the fight earlier stiffened, some of them shrinking back. Whispers spread like wildfire. Why was he back? Daniel ignored them. He walked through the halls, his pace was steady. When he reached his classroom, he pushed open the door. Silence fell instantly. The teacher wasn't inside. Only his classmates, who looked at him with wide, wary eyes. And then, his gaze landed on Logan's goons. They tensed the moment his eyes locked onto them. Their faces paled, their backs straightened. One of them opened his mouth to say something. Daniel moved. Before they could react, his fist crashed into the first one's face. The guy's head snapped to the side, his chair tipping over as he collapsed. The second lackey barely had time to raise his arms before Daniel grabbed him by the collar, yanking him forward before driving a brutal knee into his stomach. The third tried to run. Daniel caught him by the back of his shirt and threw him into the desk. The wood groaned under the impact as the guy hit the surface before crumpling onto the floor, coughing violently. The classroom was dead silent. Daniel rolled his shoulders, stepping over the bodies sprawled at his feet. He crouched down and began searching their pockets. Wallets. Phones. Some loose cash. He took it all. Once he was done, he stood up and looked down at the groaning, beaten figures. Then, with no hesitation, he spat on them. "This is a farewell," he muttered before turning on his heel and walking out. 6:13 p.m., home. The apartment was quiet when Daniel walked in. His mother was already waiting for him at the small dining table with a warm bowl of soup placed in front of an empty seat. She gestured for him to sit, her expression soft yet serious. Daniel obeyed without a word, but his body was still sore. Seonhui exhaled, folding her hands together. "Daniel. I've decided. You can transfer schools." He blinked, processing her words. In the canon story, his mother had known about the bullying but pretended not to, thinking that acknowledging it would only embarrass her son. But now, after what she had seen today, she was giving him an escape. Daniel nodded. It didn't matter, he needed to go to Seoul anyway. Everything he planned required him to be there. His mother smiled in relief before her eyes drifted toward the portrait on the wall. Daniel followed her gaze. It was a framed photo of his parents on their wedding day. His father, Sankyo Park, stood tall in a black suit with a straight posture, his face was calm and composed. Beside him, his mother looked so much younger, so full of life. Image. A soft chuckle escaped Seonhui's lips. "You know, Daniel, today, when you were fighting, when you were in that state." She paused, as if searching for the right words. Then, with a warm yet distant smile, she finished, "You reminded me of your father." Daniel's heart stopped. His eyes widened as his mind raced. Wait. She saw father use heat mode. He immediately leaned forward, his voice intense. "Mom, are you serious? Did Dad really fight like that?" Seonhui blinked at his sudden reaction but nodded. "Yes, though I don't know exactly what it was. But when he was younger he used it." Daniel listened carefully while his fingers gripping more the edge of the table. Seonhui's eyes softened, lost in memory. "We were together one night, and someone came after us. I don't know why or who they were, but your father, he fought." Her lips pressed together as if recalling something heavy. "And Daniel, the way you moved today, the way you smiled through all that pain, it reminded me of him." Daniel's breath was shallow with his thoughts spiraling. His father had heat mode? That information was never revealed in the manhwa. There had been so little about his father at all. What did this mean? Before he could ask, his mother's expression turned awkward, hesitant. "But, to be honest, comparing you to your father right now." She let out a small chuckle. "It's like comparing the movements of a puppy to a lion." Daniel froze. The words hit harder than any punch Logan had thrown at him. Chapter 7, New Home. If you all truly want this story to take priority over Reality Quest, I can make that happen. However, that means I'll be focusing on writing advanced chapters for Patreon while maintaining a regular update schedule here, one chapter per day, except on Sundays. It's your choice, for me it's the same. Saturday, April 20th, 2024, 6:32 a.m. The morning air was crisp as Daniel stood outside their small home, his mother standing by the door with a worried expression. He had spent the entire night convincing her that he would handle the money, that she didn't have to worry, that she could just focus on work without stressing over him. She had resisted, of course. How could a high schooler suddenly be financially independent? But Daniel had his ways. Daniel. Xianhui sighed, reaching out to adjust the strap of his bag like she always did when he left for school. You'll eat properly, right? Daniel smiled slightly. Yeah, Mom. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Her eyes lingered on him for a moment before she sighed again. All right. But if you need anything, call me, okay? I will. She hesitated, then gently ruffled his hair. Take care of yourself, my son. Daniel nodded, turning on his heel and walking away. He didn't look back. 7:12 a.m., electronics store. The small electronics shop was tucked between a laundromat and a convenience store, the kind of place that never asked too many questions. The owner, an older man with tired eyes, barely glanced up as Daniel entered. Need something, kid? Daniel placed the stolen phones on the counter. I need these wiped. Completely reset. No traces. The man raised an eyebrow. And why would I do that? Daniel reached into his pocket, pulling out a small wad of bills and sliding it across the counter. The old man hummed, rubbing his chin. Then, with a shrug, he took the phones and got to work. 15 minutes later, the devices were clean. Daniel grabbed them, thanked the man, and left. 7:45 a.m., second-hand electronics store. Selling the phones was a different challenge. The shop owner, a middle-aged woman, wasn't easily fooled. These are too new, she said, narrowing her eyes. Where'd you get them? Daniel sighed dramatically, rubbing his face. I work at a PC cafe, lady. Customers leave their stuff all the time. My boss tells me to get rid of them. She squinted at him, clearly debating whether to believe it. Daniel pushed further. I'll give you a good deal. Just take them. After some hard bargaining, he walked out with enough cash to last 2 months. More than enough to start his new life. 8:10 a.m. The first bus to Seoul arrived, and Daniel didn't hesitate. He stepped on, paid the fare, and took a seat by the window. As the engine rumbled to life, he exhaled slowly, watching his old city fade into the distance. This was it. His real beginning. 11:27 a.m. The shack was exactly as he remembered it. Seeing it in real life, though, made it worse. Daniel sighed as he stood in front of his new home, taking in the cracked walls, the patched-up roof, the exposed wiring. This wasn't a place someone should live in, it was barely standing. Image. I need to move out of here ASAP, he muttered under his breath before stepping inside. The interior was just as bad. The cramped main area, which doubled as his bedroom, barely had enough space for him to stretch his legs. The kitchen was small, the washroom old and grimy. Image. He tossed his bag onto the floor, then took out his wallet, stuffing all his cash inside before slipping it into his pocket. First things first, bathroom. 11:38 a.m. Daniel stood in front of the small, cracked mirror after washing his hands, his reflection staring back at him. Puffy cheeks. Small, uneven eyes. A round nose. His lips curled slightly in disgust. I'm so ugly, he muttered, tilting his head slightly. This face, this body, it didn't feel like him. But it wouldn't last. This will change in a month anyway. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 160 centimeters. Strength, -D. Speed, -D. Potential, SSS. Intelligence, -S. Endurance, -D. With that thought, Daniel turned away, grabbing his jacket. It was time for a haircut. 12:04 p.m. Daniel walked through the streets of Seoul, his hands tucked into his jacket pockets as he took in the sheer difference between here and his old town. The city was alive, buzzing with movement, cars honking, people rushing, vendors calling out to passing customers. It was a world apart from the cramped alleyways and quiet streets he had grown up in. But Daniel wasn't here to admire the view. He had things to do. Spotting a small hair salon on the corner of the street, he pushed open the door, a soft chime ringing as he stepped inside. And then, he froze. A young man with striking, two-toned hair stood near the counter, his sharp features and effortless confidence making him stand out immediately. Daniel recognized him instantly. Eli Jang. Image. His mind flashed back to the original story. Daniel had met him at this time when he first got his haircut. But back then, the old Daniel had been clueless about who he was talking to. This time, Daniel knew everything. But he wasn't about to let that show. Keeping his expression neutral, he walked up and casually spoke. "I need a haircut." Eli turned toward him, his gaze calm yet friendly. "Sure, take a seat." His voice was smooth, polite, professional. He gestured toward an empty chair, and Daniel sat down without hesitation. Eli draped a black cutting cape over Daniel before running a hand through his hair. "Any specific style?" Daniel met his eyes through the mirror. "Buzz cut." Eli blinked. "Buzz cut? That's pretty short." "I know." Daniel's tone was firm. "Just cut it." He wasn't planning to look back on this version of himself. In a few months, he would be different. No more reminders of this body and this face, he was moving forward. Eli studied him for a moment before nodding. "All right. Let's get started." The sound of clippers buzzed to life as he began to cut. 12:36 p.m. Daniel stepped out of the salon, rubbing a hand over his freshly shaved head. The cool air brushed against his exposed scalp, a stark contrast to the weight he had just shed. Now, it was time for the next step. He pulled out his phone, quickly searching the best way to cut fat efficiently. No gimmicks, no shortcuts, just pure discipline. The results were straightforward: fasting, high protein, low calories, clean food, no sugar. He nodded to himself and made his way toward the nearest supermarket. 1:02 p.m. The supermarket was packed, the aisles crowded with shoppers pushing full carts. Daniel moved quickly, grabbing only what he needed. Water, whole wheat bread, eggs, chicken breast, fish, vegetables, fruit, nuts. No junk, no sugar, nothing unnecessary. This wasn't about taste, it was fuel. By the time he reached the checkout, his cart was stacked. The cashier raised an eyebrow but didn't comment as he bagged everything up. After stepping outside, Daniel realized a problem. There was no way he was carrying all this home on foot. Sighing, he hailed a taxi. 1:40 p.m. After paying the driver and unloading the bags, Daniel looked down at his thinning wallet. 1 month's worth of money, gone. But that didn't matter. For the next month, he wouldn't have to think about food at all. Obviously the food that had short life will need to be bought again, so he bought little quantity of them. He grabbed the bags and carried them inside, carefully organizing everything. 10:21 p.m. Daniel sat on the floor, staring at the simple meal in front of him. Bread and water. It was bland, tasteless, but he ate it without complaint. Hunger was just another obstacle, he would overcome it like everything else. After finishing, he stretched his sore muscles before settling onto the thin mattress. The ceiling of his small room felt almost endless as he lay there, staring up in the dim light. His mind drifted. Tomorrow. That will be when it will happen. His second body. He exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. And then, he slept. Chapter 8, Second Body. Sunday, April 21st, 2024, 5:55 a.m. Daniel's eyes snapped open. Something was different. The moment he awoke, he felt it, a raw, overwhelming power surging through his body. His muscles were tight, strong and filled with energy he had never experienced before. His senses were sharper, his breathing felt cleaner, and even the air smelled different, as if he could pick apart every scent in the room. Slowly, he sat up. The movement was effortless, fluid, like his body weighed nothing. His gaze shifted to the old him, his first body, still asleep on the mattress, breathing steadily. Then, he looked down at himself. His second body. Lifting his arms, he stared. His biceps were thick, defined, yet not bulky, sculpted in a way that showed power without excess. His forearms were compact and lean, veins subtly running along them, enhancing the sheer athleticism of his build. His shoulders were broad and strong, his chest carved with precise muscle definition, leading down to a rock-hard abdomen, shredded yet natural. His entire frame was tall, lean, yet impossibly muscular. Not oversized, not exaggerated, just pure, functional power. Every muscle looked as if it had been perfectly crafted for peak performance. And it was his. He clenched his fists, feeling the tension, the unmatched strength that came with it. Without wasting time, he stood up, his movements are smooth, powerful, and controlled. He walked toward the bathroom, barely noticing how different even that felt, his balance, his coordination, everything was on another level. The small bathroom mirror reflected someone completely unrecognizable. Daniel stared. His jet-black hair was naturally tousled, yet effortlessly perfect. His face was sharp, strong-jawed, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes that carried an intensity he had never seen in himself before. His features were flawless, not in a manufactured way, but in a raw, natural, masculine way. No softness, no baby fat, only sharp lines and well-defined structure. And then, his body. Even naked, he couldn't look away. His pectorals were firm and cut, his abdominal muscles perfectly segmented, each one clearly outlined but without looking unnatural. His obliques ran along his sides, connecting seamlessly to his thick, powerful thighs that held an incredible balance of size and definition. His entire frame looked engineered for strength, durability, and agility, every muscle dense and precise. Image. He clenched his fist again, watching as his forearm flexed, veins pulsing slightly beneath his skin. A slow smile crept onto his lips. With this, I can finally start. He looked at his own reflection, his expression calm but resolute. He owed the original Daniel at least this much. Finding out what happened to my father, giving my mother the life she deserves, that's what I'll do for him. But then, his smile faded slightly. And for me? He pondered for a moment, his intense gaze studying himself in the mirror. What did he want? His own desire. He let out a quiet breath with the question lingering in his mind. I'll find out as I go. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 185 centimeters. Strength, XXX. Speed, XXX. Potential, SSS. Intelligence, S. Endurance, XXX. 6:07 a.m. Daniel stood on the room with his breathing steady as he adjusted to the sheer difference in his new body. But as he looked down at himself, a simple problem became glaringly obvious. He was completely naked. His clothes were still on his original body, which remained fast asleep on the floor. He needed something to wear before heading out. Without hesitation, he walked over and crouched down, before slapping his chubby counterpart's cheek. The moment his fingers made contact, his vision blacked out. His eyes snapped open again, and suddenly, everything felt slower, heavier, weaker. His muscles ached, his breathing felt labored, and the weight of his old body settled onto him like a familiar burden. Yeah, not gonna miss this. Ignoring the stiffness in his legs, Daniel grabbed his wallet and hurried out the door. 6:41 a.m. The streets were still quiet as Daniel walked into a cheap clothing store, keeping his head down to avoid any unnecessary attention. He moved quickly, grabbing a plain white t-shirt, black track pants, and the cheapest sneakers he could find. Nothing fancy, just enough to cover his second body. After paying, he left immediately and headed home. 7:09 a.m. Daniel stepped back into his small apartment, setting the bag of clothes down before kneeling beside his second body. Its chest rose and fell steadily, completely unconscious. Time to wake up. Without hesitation, Daniel slapped its cheek. Instantly, his vision shifted. His eyes opened again, seeing his original body slump back onto the mattress, knocked out just like before. Flexing his fingers, Daniel grabbed the clothes and quickly put them on. Image. 8:05 a.m. Daniel stepped into the government office, a relatively small but busy place where people handled identity registration, passports, and official documentation. The building had a sterile feel, white walls, rows of plastic chairs, and workers shuffling through paperwork behind counters. He approached the front desk where a young female clerk sat, tapping away at her keyboard. The moment she looked up and saw him, her professional demeanor faltered. Her eyes lingered a second too long, scanning his face before she straightened up. "Good morning, sir. How can I help you today?" Her tone was noticeably warmer than it had been with the last customer. Daniel placed his original body's identification documents on the counter. "I need to register my ID under a different name. My family situation is a little complicated." The woman blinked and tilted her head. "Complicated how?" He exhaled, keeping his expression exasperated. "I have a twin brother. Our father gave us very similar names, and it's caused some issues. This is my twin's ID," he said, tapping the documents. "My full Korean name is Park Hyun-seong." It was close enough to Park Hyung-sik that it sounded plausible, yet different enough to pass as another person. She frowned slightly, looking between the photo of his overweight original body and the man standing before her. "Wait, but this photo dash. That's me." Daniel cut in smoothly. "I used to be overweight, but I lost a lot of weight over the past few months." He pulled out his phone, quickly searching for before and after weight loss transformations and turning the screen toward her. "It happens to a lot of people." The clerk's eyes widened slightly, nodding in understanding. "That's actually impressive. You look completely different." Daniel smiled politely. "Thanks, my father genes were good, hell I can even show you my cousins. But you see why I need my own separate documentation. It gets confusing." She glanced at the documents one last time before nodding. "Alright, I understand. Since you already have a registered identity under your twin's name, processing a second one should be easier." Within 30 minutes, everything was handled. Daniel walked out of the office with official identification under the name Park Hyun-seong, legally separating his second body's identity while still keeping his name close enough to Daniel Park. With that done, he headed straight for J-High. 9:03 a.m. Daniel walked through the streets, heading toward J-High. The school grounds were quiet since it was Sunday, but the administrative office was still open for enrollments. The building looked just as he remembered on the manhwa, plain, a little outdated, but functional. Stepping inside, he found the front desk occupied by a middle-aged woman who seemed to be finishing her morning coffee. She glanced up with her expression neutral at first, then she did a double take. Her eyes flickered over him, lips parting slightly as her posture straightened. Daniel approached the desk with his tone polite but firm. I'm here to enroll as a transfer student. The secretary fumbled slightly before clearing her throat. Oh, of course. Do you have your documents? Daniel handed them over. She took them with slightly shaky hands, scanning them far quicker than necessary before nodding enthusiastically. Everything looks perfect. You'll be starting tomorrow. She turned away, heading to the back room to retrieve his uniform. Daniel glanced around the office, already familiar with the school's layout from the anime. This place wasn't the best, but it was his stepping stone. A few minutes later, the secretary returned with a neatly folded uniform. She placed it on the counter, smiling warmly. Here you go. And, She hesitated for a second before waving her hand. You don't need to worry about the payment. Consider it a welcome gift. Daniel didn't argue. He simply picked up the uniform and gave her a small nod. Thanks. As he stepped out of the office, he could still feel her eyes lingering on him. Chapter 9, J-High. Monday, April 22, 2024, 7:36 a.m. The morning rush filled the streets as students made their way toward J-High, some walking in groups, others moving alone with their headphones in. Near the school gates, two schoolgirls stood chatting, their attention drifting toward the passing students. "BM looks good today," one of them whispered, nudging her friend. "Yeah, his dyed hair really suits him," the other agreed, watching the practical music student walk past. Their conversation, however, came to an abrupt stop. A sudden shift in the atmosphere, a presence that made heads turn. Daniel walked toward the school entrance, dressed in the blue J-High uniform, his broad shoulders and tall frame making him stand out effortlessly. At 185 centimeters, he towered over most students, his posture relaxed yet commanding. His jet black hair fell naturally into place, and his handsome, refined features looked as if they belonged to an actor or model. Image. The two girls stared, momentarily stunned. Even among the best-looking students, he was on another level. One of them unconsciously clutched her phone. "Who is that?" Before her friend could answer, a girl named Sujin suddenly rushed forward, stepping directly in front of him just to get a better look. Daniel didn't care. He simply walked past, ignoring the stares, the whispers, the odd looks thrown his way. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, he entered J-High, unfazed. If they came with some food they might have attracted my attention. 7:52 a.m. Inside the fashion department classroom, students chatted among themselves, casually mentioning how quickly time was passing. Conversations bounced around, weekend plans, upcoming assignments, gossip about who was dating who. It was just another normal morning at J-High. Near the back of the room, however, Jiho Park was hunched over, awkwardly waving a cheap plastic fan at a group of laughing students. Image. Dooley leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, enjoying the cool air Jiho was forced to provide. "Come on, Park, faster. My face gets hot when I'm too handsome." Image. Han Park and K Jang snickered beside him. "Yeah, Jiho, put some effort into it. You wouldn't want us to get mad, right?" Jiho forced a smile, adjusting his glasses as he continued fanning them. Before things could escalate further, the homeroom teacher walked in, clapping her hands. "All right, everyone, settle down. We have a new transfer student today." The room fell into a hush as all eyes turned toward the door. Then, Daniel stepped in. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. The girls' hearts pounded, their eyes widening in awe. Some of them covered their mouths, whispering excitedly. The guys stiffened, their postures straightening as they eyed him, a mix of caution and jealousy settling in. Daniel set his bag down and faced the class. His expression was calm, confident, yet approachable. "I'm Daniel Park. I'll be with you all until our last year, so let's get along." His voice was steady, deep, and smooth, carrying across the room effortlessly. I like good food and beautiful women, he continued, smirking slightly, but if you want to impress me, you better know how to cook. Some of the girls giggled, while a few others pouted. I hate makeup and fake things, he added, but what I love most is having deep conversations with friends and family. A couple of guys nodded in approval, murmuring to each other. I like films and drawing. Daniel continued, but I suck at dancing. He suddenly did a small, awkward dance, causing a wave of laughter to ripple through the room. He smiled, rolling his shoulders. I do love fighting, though. But nothing beats mangas and manhwas. A guy from the back spoke up. He's not wrong. Daniel grinned, walking over and dapping him up with a laugh. Damn right. The class erupted in laughter, the tension from earlier easing away. Even those who had been skeptical about him couldn't help but find him likable. The teacher, though mildly amused, clapped her hands again. All right. Daniel, go ahead and choose a seat. 7:56 a.m. Daniel walked through the rows of desks and took a seat next to Zach Lee, who was leaning back with his arms crossed. Zach was tall and well-built, his body showing clear signs of consistent boxing training. His black hair was slicked back, cut short on the sides, giving him a sharp and disciplined appearance. His eyes held a natural intensity, but he was relaxed, watching Daniel as he sat down. Image. Daniel greeted him with a dap, his tone casual. Yo, what's your name? Zach shook his hand, though he wasn't particularly warm. Zach. Daniel nodded before gesturing toward his hair. Your cut's clean, man. Zach raised a brow at the unexpected compliment but still muttered, thanks. Yours isn't bad either. Daniel sighed, resting his chin on his palm. I was actually thinking of going for a buzz cut. Zach's eyes widened slightly. That's crazy, but he paused, smirking slightly, it'd make you look cold as fuck though. Daniel grinned. Exactly what I was thinking. A buzz cut with a white shirt. Man, I'm gonna have crazy battles. Zach chuckled, shaking his head. You're a fighting maniac. Daniel shrugged. Winning feels good. Zach smirked. Can't argue with that. Before the conversation could continue, a soft feminine voice called out. Hey, new guy. Daniel turned to see Zoe Park walking over with a confident sway in her step. She was tall, slender, and undeniably pretty, her long black hair flowing smoothly down her shoulders. Dressed in a J-high uniform, she still managed to make it look stylish, carrying a juice box in one hand while subtly adjusting her skirt. Image. She leaned slightly over Daniel's desk with a sweet voice. You're Daniel, right? Daniel nodded. She smiled, twirling a strand of her hair. You're kinda hot. Daniel leaned back, completely unfazed. No need to try and impress me, he said smoothly. Just be yourself. We just met. Zoe blinked, caught off guard. Then, after a brief pause, she relaxed, her usual flirtatious act dropping slightly. Oh, well, that's refreshing. She took a sip of her drink before sitting down nearby. They started chatting casually, with Zoe bringing up a K-drama she had been watching. Daniel listened for a moment before asking, do they fight? Zoe blinked. What? No, it's a romance dash. Then I'm not watching it. Zach snorted, while Zoe pouted. Come on. It's got drama, emotion, heartbreak. Yeah, but do they throw hands? No. Daniel smirked. Then it sounds boring. Zoe groaned, but before she could argue further, the teacher clapped her hands. All right, everyone, settle down. Class is starting. 12:07 p.m. The cafeteria was packed, students filling every table as they chatted and ate. The air smelled of cheap cafeteria food, and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the space. Daniel sat down with Zoe, Zach, and Mira, setting his tray on the table. The food looked barely edible, but he didn't expect much from a school cafeteria. He turned to Mira, offering a small nod. "We didn't get to talk earlier. I'm Daniel Park." Mira smiled softly. "Mira Kim. Nice to meet you." Daniel glanced at Zach, smirking. "Didn't know you had a girlfriend, bro." Zach immediately choked on his drink, coughing as his face turned red. What? She's not. It's not like that." Myra's cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, poking at her food. Daniel laughed, nudging Zach with his elbow. "Come on, man. Just accept it. It's clear as day how you look at her." Zach stammered, struggling for words, but when Daniel shot him a quick wink, he realized what he was doing. Daniel was helping him. Zach sighed, scratching his head, while Mira kept her head down, hiding her smile. They started eating, and after a few bites, Daniel grimaced. "This food is trash." Mira laughed. "It's not that bad." Daniel shook his head. "Nah, it is." Zoe chuckled, while Zach just kept eating without commenting. Before they could continue, a shadow loomed over their table. Daniel looked up to see Du Li and his two lackeys standing there, arms crossed. "You. New guy." Du said, tilting his head. "Meet us behind the school after lunch." Daniel didn't even blink. "Nah." Du narrowed his eyes. "What?" "I don't smoke." Daniel said flatly. There was a beat of silence before Du and his lackeys exchanged glances, nodding to each other. "All right." Du muttered before walking off, his friends following behind. Daniel just went back to eating, as if nothing had happened. Subscribe on Patreon. And leave stones and comments, talking about theories, battles you would like to see, or what do you think some characters' stats might look like. Let's keep the community alive. Patreon, Mr_Graythorn. TikTok, Mr_Graythorn. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 10, Drawing. I plan to have a TikTok account, where slowly I will try to enter the Lookism community there, so if you want to help out, you can follow. Patreon, Mr_Graythorn. TikTok, Mr_Graythorn. Monday, April 22, 2024, 4:32 p.m. The rest of the school day passed without much issue. Daniel sat through classes, taking mental notes about his new classmates and how things worked at J High. Teachers went through their lessons, students whispered here and there, but nothing too out of the ordinary happened. When the final bell rang, students poured out of their classrooms, excited to finally go home. Zach and Mira left together, Zoe waved goodbye, and Daniel walked out of the school gates alone, heading straight back to his apartment. 5:12 p.m. Daniel stepped inside, tossing his bag onto the floor. His first body was still lying on the mattress, breathing steadily in deep sleep. Without wasting time, he undressed, stripping down to his boxers before lying down on the mattress next to his other self. He raised a hand and slap. His vision switched. His eyes opened, and suddenly, everything felt heavier again. The sharpness, the effortless strength, gone. He let out a deep breath, sitting up in his small, chubby body. Even though he knew this would happen, the contrast was still annoying. After quickly getting dressed, he grabbed his wallet and left the house. 5:41 p.m. Daniel walked into a small electronics store, the shelves lined with laptops, tablets, and various accessories. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead as he made his way to the section with portable computers. A store clerk approached. "Need help, kid?" Daniel nodded. "I need something cheap but functional." The clerk glanced at him, then at his oversized hoodie and cheap sneakers. He could already tell Daniel wasn't swimming in cash. "Cheapest model is over there," the man said, pointing at a small display of budget laptops. Daniel picked one up, checking the specs. It wasn't powerful, but it would get the job done. He checked his wallet, barely enough left after this purchase. I'll have to start making money soon. He added the cheapest digital drawing tablet to the purchase and paid. With his bags in hand, he headed back home. 6:24 p.m. Back at the apartment, Daniel sat on the floor, placing the laptop and drawing tablet on the small table. He booted up the device, opened a browser, and immediately searched. How to draw digital art, beginner tutorial. A list of MeTube videos popped up. Clicking the first one, he watched carefully, studying the strokes, the techniques, the way the artist built forms from basic shapes. Then, he grabbed the pen and tried it himself. His first attempts were messy, awkward. The lines wobbled, proportions felt off, and shading was inconsistent. But Daniel didn't get frustrated, he analyzed. He watched how the artist moved their wrist. He copied the way they sketched loosely before refining. He rewatched the difficult parts in slow motion, memorizing every single motion. Each attempt was better than the last. 9:58 p.m. By the time Daniel looked at his screen, he had drawn 4 full sketches. The first one was clumsy. The second one was decent. The fourth? Almost professional. This talent is ridiculous. Daniel leaned back, cracking his knuckles. His ability to copy imperfect techniques wasn't just for fighting. It applied to everything. And now, he had a new skill. 1:07 a.m. Daniel sat cross-legged on the floor with his laptop open on multiple tutorial videos playing in succession. His eyes scanned every detail, his hands moving in perfect sync with the demonstrations on screen. He had already mastered the basics, but that wasn't enough. His focus shifted to manhwa, comics, graphic novels, and manga creation. He absorbed panel composition, pacing, dynamic angles, and how to make impactful scenes flow smoothly. He studied how professional artists conveyed motion, tension, and expression. Buildings, cityscapes, depth perception, he copied everything once. The second time, he improved it. The third, he created his own style. His strokes became more confident, calculated, adjusting for the slight tremor in his wrist from hours of drawing. He flipped between different art programs, experimenting with brushes, inking techniques, and frame layouts. At some point, he looked at the clock on his laptop. 3:04 a.m. He sighed, rolling his wrist. He wasn't tired, his mind was still wired. An idea formed. Why not draw what happened today? Daniel opened a new project file and began sketching out his first school day, panel by panel. From the moment he walked into J-High to the cafeteria scene, he detailed every expression, every reaction, every movement. But he didn't just copy reality. He refined it. Adjusted the angles for maximum impact, exaggerated some expressions just enough to add weight to the storytelling. His clean, bold lines gave the characters depth and presence. The result? A webtoon-like chapter that was smoother and more polished than anything he had seen online. When he finally stopped, he leaned back and marveled at his own work. This is insane. He zoomed in, taking in the details, the precise anatomy, the fluid motion, the backgrounds that made every scene feel alive. He had nailed the style. Now, all that was left was coloring. But his wrist was numb. Daniel flexed his fingers, wincing slightly. He had been drawing for hours non-stop. Then, he glanced at the clock. 6:56 a.m. In a few minutes, it would be time to switch bodies and go to school. Tuesday, April 23, 2024, 7:35 a.m. Daniel walked through the school gates with his uniform neatly fitted and his posture relaxed. As he moved through the crowd of students, he spotted someone walking ahead of him. Jae Hong. Even among the well-dressed students, Jae stood out effortlessly. His perfectly styled high-end uniform, the chrome heart rings, the custom bag strapped securely on his shoulder, everything about him screamed money in style. Image. His long blonde bangs covered his eyes completely, defying logic as they never seemed to move, no matter the wind or movement. Daniel caught up to him and gave a casual nod. "Yo, I remember seeing you in class. Jay, right?" Jay turned his head slightly, then gave a small nod. "Yes." Daniel nodded, that was expected. In the webtoon, Jay never spoke. But this was real life. He would obviously say something. They walked together toward the classroom in silence, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Jay carried himself with a quiet confidence, his movements were smooth, almost effortless. Daniel didn't push for more conversation. If Jay wanted to talk, he would. If not, that was fine too. The morning passed in the usual rhythm of school life. Lessons, casual conversations, the occasional glance from students still adjusting to Daniel's presence. The teachers droned on, the students jotted down notes, and time moved quickly. Lunch break. The cafeteria doors opened, and students poured in. Chapter 11, Mountain. Tuesday, April 23, 2024, 12:09 p.m. Daniel sat down with Zoe, Zach, and Mira, the usual group, but this time Jay joined them. He didn't say much, just sat across from Daniel with his tray, eating quietly. The conversation quickly shifted to a rising webtoon that had been gaining popularity. It's about betrayal and fantasy. Zoe explained, leaning forward with excitement. The story's insane, and the fights are intense. Daniel raised a brow. That's so. Sounds interesting. Curious, he pulled out his phone and searched it up. The moment he opened the first chapter, his brows furrowed slightly. The art was rough. Not terrible, but full of inconsistencies, anatomy issues, poor perspective, awkward paneling. Even the fight choreography felt stiff. He scrolled down, scanning everything critically. Zach noticed his expression and nudged him. "What's wrong?" Daniel sighed, shaking his head. "The concept is solid, but the execution? Not great. The art has way too many mistakes, and the fight scenes could have been drawn much better." Zoe crossed her arms. "Really? I thought it looked fine. Watch." Daniel turned his phone around, pointing at a fight panel. "See this? The character's supposed to be swinging a sword with full force, right? But look at the motion lines, they don't match the momentum. The way the limbs are positioned makes the movement look stiff instead of fluid." He flipped to another panel. "And here? The perspective's completely off. The background doesn't align with the character's pose, so it looks unnatural." Mira leaned in, her eyes widening slightly. "You actually know a lot about this. Where'd you even learn all that?" Zach asked. Daniel leaned back, shrugging. "I'm an artist. I love webtoons, so I study them." Mira perked up. "Do you have any drawings? I'd love to see." Daniel smirked. "I'm working on my own webtoon right now. Me and my twin brother." Zoe nearly choked on her drink. "Wait, you have a twin?" Even Jay, usually silent, paused mid-bite. Zach squinted at him. "When the hell did you have a twin?" Daniel waved a hand dismissively. "We don't look alike. For now." He sighed, shaking his head. "He needs to lose some fat." Zach and Mira exchanged looks, still processing the information, while Zoe laughed. "Damn, that's wild. Can't wait to meet him." As they talked, Daniel suddenly remembered something. His first body. With all the things happening, he had been so busy that he completely neglected training it. He exhaled, mentally noting that he needed to fix that. 12:21 p.m. The sound of confident footsteps approached from behind before a firm grip landed on Daniel's head, pulling his face close. A voice followed, laced with mocking curiosity. So you're the handsome guy they talk about. Daniel didn't even flinch. He recognized those tinted sunglasses immediately. Vin Jean. Vin stood in front of him, dressed in designer brands from head to toe. A black hoodie with bold PPP lettering, paired with fitted gray pants and flashy sneakers that probably cost a fortune. Gold chains hung around his neck, adding to his over-the-top style. But despite all that, his most distinctive feature was the permanently tinted sunglasses covering his eyes. Image. Daniel had read about him. A loud, arrogant, insecure guy who believed he was J-High's most handsome student. The moment someone else started gaining attention, he had to put them down. Vin released Daniel's head and straightened up, rolling his shoulders. TCH. I'm more handsome than you anyway. I'm sick of all the glazing people are throwing your way. Zoe sighed in frustration. Vin, stop being a dumbass. Daniel, however, remained calm. He slowly stood up, towering slightly over Vin. At 185 centimeters, he had a clear height advantage over the 179 centimeters rapper wannabe. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he tilted his head. Grabbing someone's head like that is kinda disrespectful. His voice was even, but firm. Then, with the same relaxed expression, he added, also, Vin, you're chopped as fuck. A vein twitched on Vin's forehead. What? Daniel smiled and poked Vin's glasses. And these don't help. Vin's hand snapped up to grip his sunglasses, covering his eyes immediately. Mind your damn business, he snapped. Daniel's grin widened. He took a dramatic sniff near Vin's glasses, then looked up thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Sniff, sniff. I smell. He suddenly shouted, insecurities, before bursting into laughter. The cafeteria erupted, some students snickering while others outright laughed. Vin's face darkened. He grabbed Daniel's collar with his jaw clenched. You bastard dash. Name, Vin Jean. Height, 179 centimeters. Strength, dash, B. Speed, dash, D. Potential, dash, SS. Intelligence, dash, C. Endurance, dash, A. Before he could swing, a sharp voice cut through the tension. You two are stupid. A tall, blonde-haired girl in glasses walked up with her arms crossed. Mary Kim. Her long golden hair cascaded down her back, slightly tousled but naturally elegant. She wore the J-High uniform, her skirt slightly shorter than regulation, and her sharp eyes behind thin-rimmed glasses held a mix of intelligence and exasperation. Image. She glared at both of them. Are you two really about to fight over who's hotter? Daniel stood there, hands still tucked casually in his pockets, watching Mary Kim with mild curiosity. From what he remembered in the manhwa, Mary had a laid-back but blunt personality. Most of the time, she just commented on Vin Jin's nonsense without getting too worked up. But beyond that, she was dangerous. Her nickname, Empress of 2 Seconds, wasn't just for show. Judo mastery. Explosive strength. The ability to floor opponents in the blink of an eye. She was a specialist. Daniel smirked and turned back to Vin. Yeah, listen to your big mommy like a good boy. He was clearly provoking Vin, testing if the guy would lash out. What he didn't consider was the trigger word. Big. Mary's expression shifted instantly. The hell did you just say? Before Daniel could explain, she rushed at him. Vin's eyes widened as he slowly stepped back, shaking his head. Oh, you just fucked up. Mary closed the distance in seconds. Who did you call big? Her hands shot forward, gripping Daniel's collar. She pivoted effortlessly, twisting her hips with good form. Her stance was precise while her grip was good. Her technique was textbook accurate. She had already won. At least, that's what should have happened. But the moment she tried to pull, she couldn't move him. It was like trying to flip a mountain. Name, Mary Kim. Height, 165 centimeters. Strength, -B. Speed, -B. Potential, -B. Intelligence, -A. Endurance, -C. Her muscles strained, but Daniel didn't budge. Not even an inch. Still gripping his collar, Mary hesitated with her mind racing. How? Slowly, she turned her head and looked up. Daniel was watching her calmly with his head slightly tilted and a relaxed smile on his face. His hands still in his pockets. Silence fell over the cafeteria. Vin's jaw dropped, his hands gripping his own hair. No way, no fucking way. Mary's breath hitched. She had felt this before. 2 years ago. Against Shigeki Kojima. But this time, the oppression was even heavier. Daniel nodded once. If I offended you, my bad. Mary let go, stepping back silently with a conflicted expression. Meanwhile, Vin reevaluated everything. His usual arrogance was gone. He stared at Daniel with genuine seriousness for the first time. Chapter 12, Brothers. Holy moly, did y'all see the last chapter of Lookism? This upscales Lil Daniel, why? Because it was stated that some techniques to be copied need a certain level of strength to be executed, so Lil Daniel forced Big UI Daniel to increase his strength to Jinrang level to throw that punch. The panels are also the same. If you don't agree, just go and read first affiliate arc. Gahaha. Anyway, on Patreon I have written at least 10 advanced chapters, so it's the best time to choose a tier. Patreon, Mr_Graythorn. Tuesday, April 23, 2024, 12:27 p.m. The cafeteria buzzed with murmurs after what had just happened. Mary had backed off. Vin was still standing there, hands gripping his hair, trying to process what he had just witnessed. Then, a new presence entered the scene. A tall, broad-shouldered guy with toned muscles and tattoos peeking from under his half-open shirt walked up to them. His jet-black hair was parted in the center, framing a strong, yet oddly gentle-looking face. A popsicle hung lazily from his lips with his eyes scanning the situation before settling on Daniel. Image. Daniel recognized him instantly. Unte Lee. Or, as most people called him, Vasco. At 181 centimeters, he was slightly shorter than Daniel, but his physique was nothing to scoff at. The guy was built like a warrior, a fighter who had earned his strength through hard training in real battles. Name, Vasco. Height, 181 centimeters. Strength, -A. Speed, -B. Potential, -B. Intelligence, -D. Endurance, -B. Vasco stopped in front of Daniel and nodded. Unte Lee. But people call me Vasco. Daniel nodded back. Daniel Park. For a moment, they just looked at each other. Daniel knew Vasco's reputation well. Despite his intimidating appearance, he was pure-hearted and deeply compassionate. A guy who fought for the weak, someone who risked himself to protect others. He's a good guy. It's worth befriending him. Right beside Vasco stood another familiar face, Jace Park. Jace was slightly shorter at 180 centimeters, with a petite frame but a well-trained body. His big ears made him distinct, but what stood out most were his tattoos. Image. A bird tattoo on his chest. And on his arm. My hero man E.T., a tribute to Vasco. Daniel greeted him as well. You must be Jace. Jace gave a small nod. Yeah. Daniel remembered Jace's story. A former coward who had once distanced himself from Vasco, only to later realize his mistake and become one of the most loyal friends a person could have. Loyal enough to get tattoos to cover Vasco's scars, just to help him overcome his fear of sharp objects. But beyond that, Jace was the brains behind Burn Knuckles, the one who made sure Vasco's strength wasn't just raw power, but something with direction and strategy. Name, Jace Park. Height, 180 centimeters. Strength, -D. Speed, -C. Potential, -D. Intelligence, -A. Endurance, -C. Daniel looked between the two. A fighter and a tactician. 12:31 p.m. Daniel stretched his arms and spoke to Vasco and Jace. Guess we'll be seeing each other often from now on. Let's get along. Vin scoffed. TCH, whatever. He turned and walked away, muttering a rap under his breath, something about how haters doubting him and glasses stay on top. Mary sighed and followed after him, but not before glancing at Daniel one last time. Vasco suddenly asked, "Are you a good person?" Daniel raised a brow. "You mean, do I bully the weak? Do I mess with women?" He shook his head. "Nah. Not my thing." Vasco nodded. "But," Daniel continued, "I like to fight. If someone is strong, I'll challenge them." Vasco's eyes lit up with understanding. He grinned and extended a hand. Daniel took it, and they shook hands firmly. Jace adjusted his hoodie, giving Daniel a once-over before smirking. "We'll see you around." With that, the Burn Knuckles duo walked off. Daniel returned to his lunch table, where Zoe, Mira, Zach, and Jay were waiting. Zach leaned in, shaking his head. "Bro, I did not expect you to be that strong." Daniel smiled. "Surprised?" Zach shuddered. "Man, Mary flipped me upside down once when we argued. I called her ugly, and next thing I knew, I was flying." Daniel burst out laughing. "That's on you, man." Zach sighed. "I know. You should train with weights." Daniel suggested. "It'll help." Zach nodded firmly. "Yeah. I need to." Lunch continued with casual banter, the tension from earlier was completely gone. 5:34 p.m. Daniel walked alongside Jay and Zach, heading toward a game arcade in the city. The sun had begun to set, casting a warm orange glow over the streets. The trio moved casually, blending in with the after-school crowd. The arcade was packed with students, the hum of computers and excited chatter filling the air. They paid for their time and settled in at the PCs, enjoying 2 hours of gaming. Daniel played a mix of FPS and fighting games, easily adapting to the mechanics, while Zach got way too competitive and Jay, as always, stayed quiet but focused. Eventually, Zach's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and sighed. "Damn, my parents are calling. I gotta head home." Daniel nodded. "Tell them I said hi." Zach rolled his eyes before heading off, leaving just Daniel and Jay. They walked back toward Jay High, where Jay had left his motorcycle parked. As they approached, Jay noticed Daniel's cheap sneakers. He didn't say anything, but he took note of it. Stopping in front of his bike, Jay casually offered Daniel a ride home. Daniel grinned. "Hell yeah." Then, without hesitation, he added, "Can I drive?" Jay hesitated. Sometime later. Daniel was speeding through the streets with his laughter ringing through the air. The motorcycle weaved through traffic effortlessly, Daniel handling the machine like he had done this 1,000 times. Jay, sitting behind him, was sweating bullets. "Do you even have a permit to drive?" Jay spoke over the wind. Daniel blinked. "Permit?" Jay's stomach dropped. Oh. Oh no. But despite his panic, Daniel handled the bike with ease, taking sharp turns, leaning into the wind, completely in control. They took the long route, riding through the city, enjoying the neon lights and the buzz of nightlife. They stopped at a burger joint, grabbing some cheeseburgers, eating outside while watching cars pass by. Eventually, they headed toward Daniel's place. As they pulled up, Jay finally saw where Daniel lived. The narrow alleyways, the rundown shack, it clicked instantly. Daniel wasn't rich. Jay didn't react, didn't say anything, just parked the bike. Daniel hopped off and stretched. "You want some water before you go?" Jay nodded. Walking inside, Jay immediately spotted Daniel's twin. Or at least, what looked like him. Lying on the mattress, breathing softly, was another Daniel. Jay's expression didn't change. Daniel casually said, "That's my twin brother." Jay nodded once. After drinking his water, Jay stood up. "I gotta take care of something. I'll see you tomorrow." Daniel smiled and dapped him up. "Bet. See you." Jay gave a final nod before heading out, leaving Daniel standing in the doorway, watching as his new friend rode off into the night. Chapter 13, Training. Tuesday, April 23, 2024, 9:02 p.m. After Jay left, Daniel stood at his doorstep for a moment, taking in the quiet of the alleyway before heading back inside. His original body was still lying on the mattress, his chest rising and falling in steady sleep. It had been days since he last focused on it, and he could already tell it would be a challenge to get it into shape. His second body was naturally athletic, but his first. It was weak, stiff, and out of balance. Sitting down at the small table, he powered up his laptop, quickly typing into the search bar. Stretching routine for flexibility. A list of MeTube videos popped up, each with trainers explaining different methods. He clicked on one with a well-rated comment section and a professional thumbnail. The video started with a basic overview. Stretching wasn't just about loosening muscles but restoring mobility and preventing injury. The instructor explained how most people thought stretching was just about bending forward and touching their toes, but in reality, proper stretching involved understanding muscle groups, range of motion, and breathing techniques. Daniel opened a new tab and searched for Human Anatomy Muscle Chart. An interactive 3D model loaded on the screen, showcasing every major muscle in the body. He clicked on different sections: hamstrings, quadriceps, hip flexors, deltoids, lower back. Each muscle had detailed descriptions of its function, common tightness issues, and the best way to stretch it. His eyes scanned the information carefully. The hamstrings controlled leg movement and were responsible for flexibility in the lower body. The hip flexors were often tight due to excessive sitting, which explained a lot about how stiff his first body felt. The shoulders and upper back needed mobility work to prevent rounded posture, especially after years of slouching. He jotted down notes, memorizing the sequences. First, he'd need to work on dynamic stretches, movements that increased blood flow and warmed up the muscles. Then, he'd incorporate static stretching, holding each position for at least 30 seconds to lengthen the muscles. Finally, he looked up progressive stretching routines for weight loss. He needed something sustainable, something he could build on daily. One trainer recommended a 30-minute routine that started with full body activation and ended with deep, controlled stretches. That seemed doable. Satisfied with his research, Daniel shut the laptop, exhaled, and stood up. Time to put everything into action. After a quick slap and shower, he was now standing in the center of the small room. Daniel started with light joint rotations. He rolled his neck slowly, feeling the familiar stiffness. Each movement sent a small release of tension down his spine. Moving to his shoulders, he did controlled circles, loosening the tightness in his traps. Then came the dynamic stretches. He lifted his knees high, alternating left and right, warming up his hip flexors. The motion felt clunky at first, his body unused to the range, but he kept going. He moved into leg swings, holding onto the table for balance as he kicked one leg forward and back, then switched to the other. His hips popped slightly, adjusting to the motion. Next were the lunges. He stepped forward with his right leg, sinking into a deep lunge while stretching his hip flexors and quads. The sensation was both relieving and uncomfortable, but he held the position, focusing on his breathing. After the dynamic portion, he transitioned into static stretching. First was the seated forward fold. Sitting with his legs extended, he reached for his toes, feeling the deep pull along his hamstrings and lower back. He held the position, counting in his head, breathing deeply to relax further into the stretch. Moving on, he lay flat on the floor and pulled his knee to his chest, stretching his glutes and lower back. This was a position he could barely hold at first, his belly got in the way, but he adjusted, finding a way to make it work. Then came the butterfly stretch. Sitting up, he pressed the soles of his feet together, pushing his knees toward the floor. His inner thighs burned slightly, but he ignored the discomfort and focused on his breathing. Finally, he worked on his spinal mobility. Lying flat, he twisted his torso to the side, pulling his knee over while keeping his shoulders planted. His back popped slightly, releasing built-up tension. By the time he finished, an hour had passed. Sweat coated his forehead, but he felt lighter. His movements weren't as stiff anymore, and for the first time in a while, his body actually felt a bit responsive. Daniel POV. The night was still, the streets empty except for the occasional distant car. I stepped outside with my muscles warm but my body still sluggish. My cheap sneakers pressed against the pavement as I started jogging, forcing myself to breathe only through my nose. It was suffocating, my lungs screaming for air, but I pushed forward, keeping a steady rhythm. Each step sent shocks through my legs, the weight of my body making every movement heavier than it should be. My thighs burned, my calves strained, but I refused to stop. Deep beneath the ribcage. The thug's body seized up instantly with his legs buckling. HGH. A guttural sound escaped his lips as he collapsed to his knees, arms hugging his side. Zach exhaled through his nose. His body moved on instinct now. Years of training flooded back. A grunt from behind signaled another attacker. Zach snapped his head around just as the scarred guy charged with a broken bottle. With no hesitation, Zach sidestepped, parrying the arm before hammering a right cross into his temple. The thug's eyes rolled back as he spun and crashed onto the sidewalk. The last two hesitated, exchanging nervous glances. They had expected an easy target, a guy who wouldn't fight back. Instead, they found themselves in the ring with a boxer. Zach adjusted his wrist wraps. You done? Or do you want more? One of them cursed under his breath before grabbing his friend and running. The others groaned on the ground, clutching their bruised bodies. Zach rolled his shoulders, breathing heavily. The adrenaline started to fade. He turned to Mira, who stood frozen, eyes wide. He sighed, stepping toward her. Mira, I dash. She held up a hand, stopping him with her lips pressed together. Zach's heart pounded. I didn't mean to dash. Mira shook her head, not in anger, but something close to disappointment. I know. Just, let's go. The walk home was quiet. Later that night, Zach sat on his bed, staring at his phone. His thumbs hovered over the screen before he finally typed. I'm sorry. He stared at the message, debating whether to send it. His chest felt tight. He had promised her he wouldn't fight anymore. That he would change. And yet, the moment someone pushed him, he fell right back into it. The screen lit up with an incoming message. Mira, meet me at the library tomorrow. Let's try studying again. Zach exhaled. He wasn't sure what tomorrow would bring, but for now, he was grateful for a second chance. Friday, April 26, 2024, 9:03 p.m. Seeing how late it was, Daniel decided to accompany his mother to dinner before taking her to the bus station. The streets were quieter now, the neon glow of signs flickering above them as they walked side by side. You really don't have to pay for everything, Daniel. Seonhui said as he handed some cash to the cashier at a small family-run restaurant. Daniel shook his head with a small grin. Come on, Mom. Let me do something for you this time. They ate together, talking about small things, the neighbors back home, how her work had been, how he was adjusting to Seoul. The conversation was light, but Daniel could feel something on her mind. As they reached the bus station, she finally spoke up. Tomorrow's your birthday. Daniel blinked. Right. April 27th. With everything happening, he had completely forgotten. Seonhui sighed. I wanted to get you something, but I don't know what you'd want. Daniel looked at her with his expression softening. Mom, you being here is already enough. You don't need to worry about anything else. She smiled warmly, her eyes turned slightly misty, before pulling him into a hug. He hugged her back, letting the warmth sink in. Just as they pulled apart, a familiar figure stepped out of a store nearby. Jay spotted Daniel and paused for a moment. His gaze flickered between Daniel's face and the baggy clothes he was wearing. You're Daniel twin? Jay asked with his tone calm but observant. Daniel feigned surprise. Oh, you know my brother? Jay nodded. Yeah. I'm a friend of his, Jae Hong. Daniel grinned and dapped him up, playing along. Nice to meet you, man. I'm Hyung-sik. He gestured to his mother. This is my mom. Seonhui smiled warmly. It's so nice to meet one of Daniel's friends. Thank you for looking out for him. Jay simply gave a small nod. Seonhui chuckled. By the way, Jay, did you know tomorrow is Daniel's birthday? Jay's expression didn't change, but his mind clicked instantly. If Lil Daniel and Big Daniel are twins, that means they have the same birthday. He glanced at Daniel, who just sighed, scratching his head. Mom. But she had already stepped onto the bus, waving as the doors closed. Jay turned to Daniel. I'll prepare something for tomorrow. Daniel laughed. Man, don't even worry about it. Just having friends is enough. I don't really care about material stuff. Jay gave a small nod, but the look in his eyes said he wasn't letting it go. They started walking away together, the streets quiet except for the occasional passing car. 10:32 p.m. Daniel lay on the mattress, staring at the ceiling, his muscles still aching from the training some hours ago. His second body, Park Hyun-seong, was completely still beside him, breathing steadily in deep sleep. No movement. It was unsettling at times, seeing his own body just lying there, as if it weren't real. His phone buzzed. Mom. He picked up immediately. Hey, Mom. You got home okay? Her voice was warm on the other end. Yes, I just got back. But tell me something, sweetheart, what did Jay mean by twin? Daniel froze for a second before laughing. Ah, Mom. You won't believe me. Park Hyun-seong, the guy Jay calls Big Daniel, used to look just like me a few months ago. There was a pause before she burst into laughter. Egu, you're joking. Well, you do have cousins that look identical to you, so I guess anything is possible. Daniel chuckled, playing along. Yeah, maybe it runs in the family. His mother sighed softly. I'm just happy you're making friends. Sleep well, my son. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Daniel said, his voice quieter. As the call ended, he let out a deep sigh, rubbing his temples. He needed to fix the sleeping body problem. It wasn't practical for one of them to just lie motionless whenever he switched. If someone ever saw it, questions would be asked. His mind drifted back to what his mom had said. His cousins. It had been a while since he thought about them, but now that he was considering his own talent, his growth, his strange abilities, he couldn't help but wonder, could they have potential too? Chapter 18, Unconsciousness. I deadass fucking hate Apple and how greedy they are. On Patreon they raise the price of everything to make more money, and it's really annoying. If I sell something $10, Apple will sell it on their end at 43% more. The fuck? So the buyer loses most of the time. I advise everyone to not use iOS when buying things on Patreon. No wonder some people just don't subscribe. I wouldn't too. If I happen to acquire superpowers, I will nuke Apple. And if you buy something from me using iOS, not only you pay more, but I also receive the money 75 days later. It's so fucking outrageous. Please don't come to Glaze Apple or Imma. Unlock strength and speed mastery before unleashing the meanest uppercut to date. Friday, April 26, 2024, 11:08 p.m. Daniel took a deep breath, his fingers twitching as he stared at his sleeping first body. He needed to figure this out. The dual-body situation was a powerful gift, but the drawback was clear: whenever he switched, one body went limp. That wasn't sustainable. He needed to control both at the same time. He sat cross-legged on the floor, rolling his shoulders before reaching over and slapping the cheek of his second body, hard. His consciousness immediately began slipping. Unconsciousness came fast, dragging him under. He fought against it, straining to hold on. His vision wavered, and the last thing he saw was his second body stirring awake. He had failed. Daniel exhaled sharply, frustration bubbling up. Again. He slapped himself once more, trying to keep his mind in both places at once. His chest tightened as he forced himself to stay aware. But again, his consciousness snapped to one side completely. Over and over, he repeated the process, his cheeks stinging from the repeated hits while his second body remained unaffected. Until something changed. This time, when he slapped his first body, the unconscious pull weakened. It was there, but faint. He fought back. His head throbbed as he resisted, trying to split his mind between both bodies. His eyelids fluttered in the first body. His vision swam. And then his fat body's eyes snapped open. Daniel's eyes widened. Now I don't believe it. Instead of black pupils and white sclera, the colors had inverted. White pupils and black sclera. The reverse eyes. Ultra instinct. Lil Daniel sat up slowly, his movements were disturbingly precise. No wasted effort. Even though the body was fat and untrained, there was a quiet, predatory grace. The air around them shifted. A weight settled in the room, subtle, but present. Daniel could feel it. It wasn't as suffocating as his own presence, but it was there. Big Daniel narrowed his eyes, watching himself as his other self stood up fully. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 162 centimeters. Ultra instinct. Strength, -A. Speed, -A. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -. Endurance, -A. Lil Daniel moved unnaturally with an eerie precision. His eyes glowed faintly in the dim room. He had read and saw the UI before in the manhwa, but seeing it in real life was something else entirely. Ultra instinct, so it really exists. The body moving completely on its own, eliminating distractions, optimizing every movement for combat. No wasted energy, no hesitation, just pure fighting instinct. Lil Daniel launched forward, his body a blur despite his weight. He closed the distance in an instant, his foot slamming towards Big Daniel's left midsection. Big Daniel raised his arm just in time, catching the kick on his forearm. The impact sent a shock through his bones, heavier than he expected. Lil Daniel twisted in midair, using Big Daniel's arm as leverage, and drove an elbow towards his chin. Big Daniel tanked it, barely flinching. Lil Daniel flipped back, landing effortlessly with a somersault. His posture was perfectly balanced. There was no emotion on his face, no hesitation in his body language. Every movement was calculated, every strike thrown with maximum efficiency. He's improving as he fights. Just like in the manhwa, the more time he spends in Ultra Instinct, the more refined his movements become. His weight should slow him down, but he's compensating with technique. That jujitsu he copied from Logan, he's applying it flawlessly. Lil Daniel dashed in again, ducking low before attempting a double leg takedown. Big Daniel widened his stance, preparing to counter, but Lil Daniel anticipated this. Instead of completing the takedown, he used the momentum to roll, grabbing Big Daniel's wrist and transitioning into an armbar. Big Daniel quickly twisted his body, negating the pressure, and yanked his arm free before Lil Daniel could fully extend it. But the moment he was free, Lil Daniel was already adjusting, shifting his weight to transition into a leg lock. His adaptability is insane. His knowledge of anatomy is kicking in too, he's targeting weak points, joints, and pressure areas. Big Daniel stomped his foot down to break the hold before it locked in. He grabbed Lil Daniel's leg and swung him up into the air before slamming him down onto the mattress to minimize damage. But Lil Daniel rolled with the force, his back barely touching the surface before he bounced up again. Then, he punched. A straight, no-nonsense shot to Big Daniel's face. It wasn't a powerful punch, but it was placed perfectly, hitting the chin at just the right angle. Big Daniel's head snapped back slightly. TCH. So even his strikes are improving. He's learning how to maximize damage with minimal force. But strength is still strength. Deciding to test the limits, Big Daniel exhaled and started applying more power. He shot forward with a jab of his own, faster and heavier than Lil Daniel's. It landed cleanly, sending Lil Daniel stumbling back for the first time. Yet, he recovered in an instant, his foot adjusting, his stance resetting like nothing happened. Big Daniel followed up, pressing the attack with a roundhouse kick. Lil Daniel ducked, weaving under it like he had been expecting it. He countered with a sharp knee towards the ribs. Big Daniel blocked, but the strike was precise, aiming for the liver. He smirked. He's aiming for the organs now. First, joints and pressure points, now internal damage. Smart. But I can't let him get too used to fighting at this level. Big Daniel feinted a right hook. Lil Daniel reacted instantly, attempting to dodge, but it was a bait. Big Daniel shifted mid-motion, using the momentum to grab Lil Daniel by the collar. With one swift motion, he lifted and threw him towards the wall. The impact wasn't enough to break anything, but Lil Daniel absorbed the force, rolling to his feet seamlessly. Big Daniel flexed his fingers. I can see now why this is dangerous. If I let him keep going, he'll injure himself. Lil Daniel sprinted forward again, but this time, Big Daniel met him head-on with a frontal kick. It landed squarely in the chest, sending him skidding back. For a moment, Lil Daniel stood still. His breathing was even, his expression blank. Then, without warning, he charged again. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 162 centimeters. Ultra Instinct. Strength, -S. Speed, -S. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -. Endurance, -S. Big Daniel raised a brow. He doesn't feel pain in this state. But he also doesn't know when to stop. Big Daniel waited, letting Lil Daniel close the gap. The moment he got within range, he shifted his weight and delivered a spinning back kick directly to Lil Daniel's solar plexus. The air was forced out of his lungs with his body buckling slightly. But he didn't fall. Instead, he took the hit, recovered, and aimed for Big Daniel's knee with a low kick. Big Daniel countered by twisting his torso and slamming his elbow onto the top of Lil Daniel's head. The force made the smaller body stagger, but he adapted instantly, pivoting into a sweeping kick. Big Daniel jumped over it and, before Lil Daniel could react, grabbed him by the back of his shirt. Enough. With a final motion, Big Daniel spun and slammed Lil Daniel onto the mattress again, pinning him down. He held him there for a moment, watching his struggling slow. The black scara in Lil Daniel's eyes began to fade, returning to normal. His breath steadied, his limbs stopped moving. Then, he went limp. Big Daniel released a breath. He's out. So that's the limit. Eventually, the body exhausts itself. But it's clear now, Ultra Instinct takes what you already have and uses it at 100%. He sat back, staring at his sleeping first body. If he could find a way to control it, to activate it at will without losing awareness, he would reach an entirely different level. But for now, he needed to continue with the shared consciousness. He switched back into his first body, feeling the aftermath of exhaustion hit him. Every muscle ached, his mind fogged from exertion. But despite it all, a grin stretched across his face. This is going to be fun. Chapter 19, Synchronization. Saturday, April 27, 2024, 1:02 a.m. Daniel sat on the floor, his second body breathing steadily as he stared at his first body lying still on the mattress. He had to figure this out. He had gotten close earlier, feeling the pull weaken, but he still couldn't maintain awareness in both bodies at the same time. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and slapped his first body's cheek. The familiar sensation of his consciousness slipping washed over him, but this time, it was weaker. He fought back, straining his mind to hold on, but the force was still too much. His vision blurred, and just like before, he felt himself get pulled away. His eyes snapped open, but now he was in his smaller body, staring at the ceiling as his larger body collapsed onto the mattress. He exhaled sharply, barely paying attention to it as a deep soreness spread through his limbs. Every muscle ached, his lungs burned, and a sharp pain settled in his stomach. Ultra Instinct had pushed his first body beyond its limits. He could feel the strain in every fiber of his being, but he couldn't let that stop him. He had to try again. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck his larger body's face. The moment his palm connected, the pull of unconsciousness hit him again. He gritted his teeth, fighting against it with everything he had, but once more, he lost. His vision shifted, and he found himself back in his second body, blinking as he adjusted. His first body now lay limp. Again. Over and over, he repeated the process, slapping himself, feeling his consciousness slip, and resisting with all his might. His body ached, his head pounded, and sweat dripped down his forehead, but he refused to stop. He continued like this for the next 2 hours, each attempt sharpening his awareness, each failure teaching him to adapt. Then, something changed. Daniel was in his smaller body when he slapped the larger one. The pull came, but by now, he had grown accustomed to it. He resisted, pushing back harder than ever. His vision flickered, and suddenly, he felt something strange, his eyes fluttered open. But he was still in his smaller body. His breath hitched as realization struck. His eyes were already open, so what he had just felt were his second body's eyelids fluttering. For the first time, he wasn't inside his other body, but he could still feel it. Then, his perspective split. From his first body's view, he saw his second body lying on the mattress, its eyes slightly open. But from his second body's view, he was looking at the ceiling. 2 perspectives. 2 angles. His head spun, a wave of dizziness hitting him as his brain struggled to process the dual input. He had done it. He had finally connected both bodies without switching. He tried to move his larger body's hand, focusing hard. But instead, his smaller body's fingers twitched. His breath slowed as he analyzed what had happened. His mind was still anchored to the body he was currently in, meaning he could feel the other body, but he hadn't fully controlled it yet. Damn. I moved the wrong one. But this was progress. He was close. So damn close. 3:12 a.m. Daniel sat still, breathing evenly as his mind adjusted to the strange, overwhelming sensation of two perspectives. His first body sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, while his second body was laying on the mattress, staring at the ceiling. He needed to focus. Calmly, he concentrated on the second body's vision, letting the ceiling fill his view. Slowly, carefully, he tried to move its eyes. At first, nothing happened. The sensation was foreign, like trying to control a limb that wasn't his. He strained with his mental awareness shifting as he pushed past the unnatural feeling. After several long seconds, the second body's gaze finally shifted to the side. His heart pounded as he repeated the action, dragging his vision across the ceiling, then back again. The movement was stiff at first, but each attempt became smoother, more natural. Encouraged, he moved on to the fingers. His focus sharpened as he tried to twitch the second body's hand. The delay was frustrating. His first instinct was to move his current body instead, but he forced himself to ignore it, redirecting his mental command. After a few seconds, his second body's fingers twitched. A rush of exhilaration shot through him, but he didn't let himself get distracted. He flexed them again, slower this time, curling them into a fist before releasing. It was working. He repeated the action, gradually gaining more control, until he could open and close both hands at will. From there, he moved to the wrists, rotating them carefully before extending the entire arm. The motion was clumsy, the limb not responding as smoothly as he wanted, but the more he practiced, the better it felt. Soon, he could move both arms, stretching them out, rolling the shoulders, even flexing the fingers independently without confusion. Breathing steadily, he shifted his attention downward. Now came the real challenge. He focused on his second body's legs, willing them to move. At first, they refused to cooperate. His balance felt non-existent, like he was disconnected from his own center of gravity. But he pushed through, shifting his weight carefully, feeling out each small adjustment. Then, after several attempts, he tried to get up and take a step forward. His footing was shaky, his knee almost buckling under him, but he didn't fall. He adjusted, planted his other foot, then stood up completely. His second body was now on its feet, standing independently. His first body, still seated, remained still, eyes shut in deep concentration. A slow grin formed on both faces. Daniel took a moment to process everything. He had done it. He was controlling both bodies at the same time. There were still imperfections, the movements weren't fluid, his sense of balance was slightly off, but he had reached a new threshold. He raised his second body's hand and flexed the fingers again, testing the feeling while shifting into different positions. Simple stances, nothing complicated yet. He continued like this for the next 30 minutes, rolling his shoulders, stretching, making sure every motion became more familiar. It wasn't perfect, but it was getting there. 3:55 a.m. Satisfied, Daniel took a deep breath, then slowly opened his first body's eyes. His vision doubled for a moment, but he blinked, adjusting to the dual input. Carefully, he stood up. His footing wavered at first, his equilibrium thrown off by processing two sets of sensory feedback, but he quickly steadied himself. Now, both bodies were standing. They faced each other as Daniel let out a quiet chuckle before lifting an arm at the same time. He grinned. This was surreal. An idea formed. With deliberate movement, he moved both hands, attempting to make the two bodies dap each other. The coordination was awkward at first, one hand moving too early, the other too slow, resulting in a few failed attempts. But after a few tries, the motion finally connected. The sound of two palms slapping together echoed softly in the room. Daniel let out a breathless laugh. Then, something occurred to him. Throughout all of this, he hadn't spoken yet. Still grinning, he opened both mouths at the same time. Hello. His second body's voice was deeper, more mature, while the first body's voice was lighter. The difference was subtle but noticeable. Excitement rushed through him. If he could speak with both bodies at the same time, could he say different things? He tried. At first, his sentences overlapped, both voices speaking in unison, but he quickly adjusted, forcing himself to separate them. He spoke one word from his first body, then another from his second. It was clumsy, slow, like learning how to talk all over again. But 20 minutes later, he was holding a full conversation, alone. 4:22 a.m. Daniel exhaled, letting both bodies relax as he processed everything. He had done it. He wasn't just switching between bodies anymore, he was controlling both at once. Chapter 20, Webtune. Saturday, April 27, 2024, 4:02 a.m. Daniel stood in the center of the small shack, both bodies mirroring each other in controlled movements. His first body, short and stocky, shifted its weight from foot to foot, rolling his shoulders and testing his balance. His second body, tall and powerful, did the same, muscles flexing with each calculated motion. The dizziness had faded, replaced by a growing familiarity. He could feel the feedback from both at once, though his control was still far from perfect. I'm getting better. The movements aren't as delayed anymore, but it's still unnatural. I need to push further. He raised both arms simultaneously, curling his fingers into fists. He practiced basic motions, starting with slow jabs, watching how his bodies responded. Both bodies needed more control as he currently couldn't use them optimally. The key was finding the balance between them. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 162 centimeters. Synchronization. Strength, -E. Speed, -D. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -S. Endurance, -C. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 185 centimeters. Synchronization. Strength, -SS. Speed, -S. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -S. Endurance, -X. For the next few hours, Daniel pushed himself harder. He practiced moving both bodies at different speeds, forcing his mind to track them independently. His first body would step forward while his second took a step back. One arm would extend while the other retracted. At first, it was frustrating, his mind instinctively trying to sync them perfectly, but that wasn't the goal. They didn't need to move in the exact same way, they needed to complement each other. Sweat dripped down his temples as he ran through every motion he could think of. Stretching, shadowboxing, footwork drills. Each attempt brought him closer to true synchronization. 6:46 a.m. Big Daniel exhaled, rolling his neck as he wiped sweat from his brow. He had school, which meant he needed to shower and get ready. He took a deep breath and made his way to the bathroom, feeling his muscles still relaxed even from the repeated drills. Meanwhile, Lil Daniel grabbed a set of loose-fitting clothes, dressed quickly, and stepped outside. Today, I'll use both bodies at the same time. I won't just train, I'll master this synchronization. Until I can fight with both bodies at once, I won't stop. The morning air was crisp as Lil Daniel began jogging down the quiet streets, keeping his breathing steady. At the same time, Big Daniel let the warm water wash over him, relaxing even more his muscles as he mentally prepared for the day. 7:46 a.m. Big Daniel walked down the quiet streets, his school uniform crisp, hands tucked into his pockets as he made his way toward J-High. The morning air was cool, and the city had begun to stir, but something felt off. There were no students in sight. He frowned, glancing around. Usually, by this time, the roads leading to school would be filled with other students, some rushing, some chatting in groups. But today, it was eerily empty. Pulling out his cheap flip phone, one of the only things he could afford for both bodies, he checked the time. 7:46 a.m. Weird. Did something happen? Just as he was about to continue walking, his phone vibrated in his hand. The screen flickered with an incoming call. Zach. Flipping it open, he brought it to his ear. Yo. Happy birthday, dumbass. Zach's voice came through casually. Daniel blinked, pausing mid-step. Oh, right. Thanks, man. Where you at? On my way to school. But something's off, no one's here. There was silence on the other end for a second. Then. Zach burst out laughing. Daniel pulled the phone away slightly as Zach's loud cackling filled his ears. Bro, are you serious right now? Zach wheezed between laughs. You're really walking to school on a Saturday? Daniel stopped in his tracks. Huh? Zach continued laughing, barely able to get his words out. Ain't no way, man. You slept so well you forgot what day it was. Daniel scratched his head, sighing. Damn. He's right. I was so focused on training all night that I didn't even think about it. Zach finally calmed down, still chuckling. Man, you really are something else. Anyway, listen, Jay told me yesterday that today's your birthday, so we're all gonna hang out. No training, no fighting, just chillin'. Jay's paying for everything, too. Daniel smirked slightly. That's so. Guess I should take full advantage, then. Exactly. Zach snorted. Oh, and bring your twin brother too. Since you never let anyone meet him, now's the perfect time. Before Daniel could respond, Zach hung up. Daniel sighed, flipping the phone shut and shaking his head. Guess I did make the right call training synchronization all night, at least I won't be wasting time. Turning around, he began making his way back home. The morning was free, and after an entire night of pushing his limits, he decided. He was going to sleep. 2 p.m. Daniel's eyes opened as his second body sat up from the bed, stretching lazily. The afternoon light filtered through the small window, casting a warm glow across the room. He turned his head slightly, glancing at his first body lying on the mattress beside him, breathing steadily in deep sleep. This morning, after realizing there was no school, he had returned home and put the second body to sleep. While the first followed the usual routine. Before sleeping, he had trained his first body relentlessly, pushing it beyond its limits as always. The exhaustion hit him harder than before. His body wasn't just overweight, it lacked natural stamina, meaning every session was a battle against his own limits. But he welcomed it. He had stretched thoroughly afterward to alleviate the muscle stiffness, then ate a carefully planned diet meal. Only after that had he allowed himself to crash, letting his first body rest and actually sleeping. Now, 3 hours later, he was awake and ready to work. Big Daniel got up from the bed, moving with practiced ease as he dressed in comfortable clothes. His movements were fluid, precise, and effortless, something he never took for granted. The contrast between his two bodies was staggering, but he is learning to use both to their fullest potential. After getting dressed, he grabbed his portable PC from the desk and powered it on. His mind instantly shifted gears, focusing on his long-term project, his Webtune. A smile played on his lips as he opened his files. His plan was simple but brilliant. He would create a story set in modern society, centered around bullying, gang organizations, and the underground world of fighting. A concept similar to Lookism, but with a crucial difference, hidden realism. He wasn't just telling a story. He was embedding real-life knowledge within the narrative. Actual training methods. Realistic fighting techniques. Masteries. Paths of development. Concepts that, if studied and applied, could transform an ordinary reader into something more. If a fan actually tried these training methods and followed through, how far would they go? The thought alone made him chuckle. His skill in drawing and coloring had already reached an unrivaled level. Every panel he created was top-notch, detailed, and polished. The sheer quality alone would set him apart from the countless amateur Webtoon creators struggling to break into the industry. But he wasn't stopping there. Recently, he had begun learning 3D modeling and Blender, a skill that would elevate his art to another level. It had only taken him 2 hours to grasp the fundamentals, not because it was difficult, but because he spent most of his time finding the right tutorials, filtering through free resources, and using every trick possible to accelerate his progress. TalkTick had been especially useful for that. Quick, digestible guides, rapid-fire explanations, perfect for someone like him who could absorb information instantly. If I keep this up, my Webtoon is going to dominate. And with it, money will come. A wider grin stretched across his face as he leaned forward, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Chapter 22, Birthday. Saturday, April 27, 2024, 6:16 p.m. The evening air was crisp as the group strolled through the central mall, laughter and conversation blending into the background noise of the bustling crowd. Neon signs flickered above their heads, and the scent of fresh street food drifted from the food court nearby. The atmosphere was light-hearted, the energy among them buzzing with excitement. Zoe clapped her hands together as she turned to the two Daniels. "Alright, birthday boys, where do we start?" Lil Daniel raised an eyebrow. "Birthday boys?" She waved him off. "You two are twins, which means both of you have the same birthday. So yeah, birthday boys." Big Daniel chuckled while Lil Daniel just shook his head. "Fine, fine. But I'm expecting double the gifts, then." "Relax." Zach interjected with a grin. "Jay's paying for everything, so just enjoy it." Jay, standing silently beside them, gave a small nod. The group wandered through the mall, stopping at different stores, checking out clothes, sneakers, and accessories. While Zoe and Mira dragged Lil Daniel around, making him try different outfits for fun. Big Daniel walked with Jay and Zach, chatting about random topics. At one point, Zach glanced over at Big Daniel. "By the way, how's the Webtoon coming along?" Jay turned his head slightly, also interested. Big Daniel smiled. "It's going well. I'm building the 3D environments now, using AI to generate backgrounds faster so I can focus more on character art and storyboarding." Zach scratched the back of his head. "Man, I don't get half the stuff you just said, but it sounds impressive." Lil Daniel, who had managed to escape Zoe's fashion experiment, joined the conversation. "Yeah, our Webtoon is going strong." Zoe raised an eyebrow. "Our? So Lil Daniel draws too?" Lil Daniel crossed his arms, grinning. "I handle the smaller details while Big Daniel focuses on the large-scale stuff." Big Daniel nodded. "Basically, I do the heavy lifting, and he refines everything." Mira looked intrigued. "So what's it about?" Lil Daniel smiled. "Modern society. Bullying, gangs, fights, ruthless survival. I'm thinking of putting actual techniques inside." Zoe gasped dramatically. "So you're basically making a guidebook for delinquency?" Big Daniel laughed. "Something like that." Zach snapped his fingers. "Hold up, real techniques? Like actual training methods?" Lil Daniel smirked. "You'll have to read it to find out." Zach rolled his eyes. "TCH, whatever, nerds." 7:30 p.m. After browsing around for a while, they ended up at a steakhouse, ordering a feast. Jay didn't blink at the total bill, casually swiping his black card while the others looked on with varying expressions. Zoe and Mira. Impressed. Zach. Jealous. The Daniels. Used to it. Man. Zach muttered, shaking his head. Being rich must be so nice. Jay just shrugged. The food arrived quickly, thick steaks, sizzling hot plates, and an assortment of side dishes. Big Daniel ate at a normal pace, but Lil Daniel, despite being on a strict diet, couldn't resist the temptation. Don't overdo it. Big Daniel warned, nudging him. Lil Daniel sighed but still ate carefully. Yeah, I know. Mira, sitting across from them, raised an eyebrow. Wait, you're dieting? Lil Daniel nodded. Trying to lose fat, gain control, and get stronger. Zach grinned. Smart. Might even catch up to me someday. Lil Daniel grinned back. Won't take much. The group chatted and laughed, sharing stories, roasting each other, and enjoying the night. By the time they finished, they were stuffed and energized for the next part of the evening. 8:32 p.m. The arcade was alive with flashing lights, electronic sounds, and the occasional cheers of victory or groans of defeat. The group spread out, each heading to different games. Zoe and Mira challenged each other to a dance-off, stepping onto the glowing platforms of the rhythm game. Their feet moved in sync with the fast-paced music as they battled for dominance. Jay played the claw machines, effortlessly winning a small plushie, which he casually handed to Zoe. She blinked in surprise before grinning and hugging it. Zach, meanwhile, was locked onto his target, the boxing machine. He cracked his knuckles, stretched his arms, then unleashed a devastating punch. The machine lit up. 896. Not bad. Big Daniel said, stepping up beside him. Zach smirked. You think you can beat that? Big Daniel didn't reply. Instead, he simply copied Zach's stance, his movements were exactly similar. He took a casual breath, focused, and struck. 896. Zach's eye twitched. Oi, you copying me? Lil Daniel stepped up next, rolling his shoulders. My turn. He adjusted his stance, copying Zach's form perfectly, then swung. 896. The group burst into laughter as Zach groaned, rubbing his temples. Nah, this is rigged. You two are messing with me. Big Daniel chuckled. Nah, we just learn fast. Zoe smirked. Face it, Zach. They're just built different. Zach crossed his arms. Fine. Then let's settle this with a real competition. 9 p.m. They lined up for the basketball hoop challenge, where players had 1 minute to score as many points as possible. Jay went first. Smooth, calculated, consistent. Score, 38. Zoe followed. Surprisingly good form. Score, 34. Mira tried next. Decent but not great. Score, 22. Zach. Competitive beast mode activated. Score, 42. Big Daniel took his turn. Calculated movements, excellent aim. Score, 40. Then Lil Daniel stepped up. He wasn't athletic like his bigger self, but he had precision. He adjusted to the timing, focusing purely on efficiency. Score, 43. Zach's jaw dropped. Oi. Ain't no way. Lil Daniel grinned. Looks like I won. Zach snorted. Man, you two are annoying. 9:28 p.m. The group gathered near the arcade entrance, finishing up their last games and getting ready for the next activity. The energy was still high with laughter filling the air. Zoe stretched her arms. Alright, what's next? Big Daniel looked at the time. They still had plenty of night left. Lil Daniel glanced at Zach, then at the others. Whatever it is, I'm down. Zach nodded. Then let's make it fun. 10:27 p.m. The group stood near the train station, the cool night air wrapping around them as the energy of the day finally settled. The streets were still alive with cars passing by, the occasional pedestrian walking past, and the hum of the city in the background. It had been a long day, filled with laughter, competition, and good food, but now it was time to go their separate ways. Zoe stretched her arms, letting out a small sigh. Alright, This was fun, but I need my sleep. Can't risk losing my natural glow. She flipped her hair dramatically before glancing at Mira. You coming? Mira nodded, adjusting the strap of her bag. Yeah, I should head back too. Thanks for today. It was nice to just hang out. Zach had his hands stuffed into his hoodie pocket, he nodded. Yeah. Happy birthday, but next time, I'm winning at the arcade. Lil Daniel rolled his shoulders, looking at him with a small smile. You can try, but I'll still be ahead. Zach exhaled through his nose, shaking his head slightly. We'll see. Jay, as always, remained silent, but he gave a short nod to both Daniels before turning toward the direction of his home. His quiet presence had always been enough. Big Daniel glanced at the others. Seriously, thanks for today. It was good to just chill for once. Lil Daniel nodded. Yeah, really. Appreciate it. Zoe waved them off. No need to get all sentimental. We'll see each other soon enough. Final farewells were exchanged before the group split, their figures disappearing into the night. The air felt a little quieter now, the excitement of the day fading into something calmer. Big Daniel and Lil Daniel remained standing for a few moments, letting the stillness settle in. It wasn't often he got to just enjoy a normal day like this, without worrying about fights, training, or what came next. Without saying anything else, both Daniels turned and began walking home. Chapter 23, Publishing. Sunday, May 12, 2024, 7:09 p.m. The evening air was cool, the dim light of the setting sun casting long shadows across the empty park. The once humid warmth of spring was beginning to fade, giving way to the early hints of summer. The Daniels stood in the center of a secluded clearing, both bodies moving in sync as he rolled his shoulders, preparing for another round of sparring. 2 weeks and 1 day had passed. During that time, he had relentlessly pushed his training to master synchronization, sharpening his ability to control both bodies simultaneously. What had once been clumsy and unnatural had now become second nature. He could move, react, and fight with both bodies at once, as if they were a single entity. And the results were already showing. Lil Daniel had changed drastically in just 2 weeks. His body, once round and heavy with excess weight, was now lean and athletic. His frame had stretched, growing to 167 centimeters, his limbs longer, more defined, yet still carrying a natural lightness. His jawline was sharper, his face no longer puffy, and his posture had improved, no longer hunched from carrying excess weight. The fat had melted away, replaced by faint muscles with some fat hidden beneath his loose training clothes. His strength had increased, his endurance had skyrocketed, and most importantly, his body was now built for speed. Image. But he still wasn't there yet. He bounced lightly on his feet, keeping his breathing steady as he locked eyes with his opponent, himself. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 167 centimeters. Synchronization. Strength, -A. Speed, -A. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -S. Endurance, -A. Big Daniel stood across from him, relaxed but poised, his presence imposing even in stillness. His stance was effortless, every muscle primed for movement without tension. He wasn't preparing to attack, he simply could whenever he wanted. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 185 centimeters. Synchronization. Strength, -XXX. Speed, -XXX. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -S. Endurance, -XXX. Let's see if I can handle it now. Lil Daniel took the initiative, stepping forward in a quick burst. His movement was smooth, refined, no longer weighed down by excess fat. He threw a quick jab, aiming for the centerline, testing the reaction speed of his bigger body. Big Daniel tilted his head slightly, avoiding the strike with the smallest movement possible. Lil Daniel's body reacted instantly, snapping into a low feint before pivoting into a real strike, a sharp left hook aimed at the ribs. His foot placement was clean, his weight shifting smoothly as he rotated into the attack. Big Daniel caught the punch mid-motion, gripping Lil Daniel's wrist effortlessly. Without hesitating, he retaliated with a controlled front kick, his foot striking toward Lil Daniel's midsection with perfect form. Lil Daniel barely managed to twist his torso, redirecting the force, but the impact still sent him staggering back. His strength is still too much. Even with my weight loss, I can't overpower him. But I don't need to. Speed and precision, that's what I have now. He lowered his stance, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet, then closed the distance again. This time, he didn't attack head-on. He circled first, adjusting his angle before suddenly stepping in, launching a quick 1-2 combination aimed at the chin and solar plexus. Big Daniel didn't move until the last second. Then, he countered. A clean, textbook right straight came toward Lil Daniel's face, the force behind it enough to rattle his entire body if it landed. Lil Daniel's instincts screamed, and his body reacted before his mind processed it. A quick shoulder drop, just enough to let the punch graze past his ear. But before he could recover, Big Daniel's leg was already in motion, a fast, precise low kick targeting his calf. The impact threw him off balance, forcing him to stumble slightly. He caught himself just before falling, gritting his teeth as he adjusted his footing. But he wasn't discouraged. If anything, this was exactly what he wanted. Taking a sharp breath, Lil Daniel reset his stance and went again. Monday, May 13, 2024, 12 a.m. The apartment was silent except for the faint hum of the laptop as Lil Daniel sat at the desk, eyes locked onto the screen. Big Daniel was already asleep, his body recovering for school tomorrow, but Daniel himself wasn't out. His mind remained sharp, fully present in his smaller body as he prepared to begin the next stage of his plan. The screen displayed the completed 3D environments, character designs, and detailed background elements he had worked on for weeks. Every alley, every classroom, every city street had been meticulously crafted, ensuring perfect depth, perspective, and atmosphere. But now, as he stared at it all, he made a final decision: he wouldn't use 3D renders directly. Hand-drawn is better. While 3D offered perfect accuracy, it lacked the soul of hand-drawn art. His instincts told him that the raw energy of a sketch, the weight of each brushstroke, would elevate his story to another level. So he would use the 3D models as references, but every panel would be drawn by hand. Anyway, his skill can't be replicated by AI with the current models. He cracked his fingers, took a deep breath, and began. His pen moved with unnatural speed and precision, outlining the first panel with an ease that no human artist could replicate. The first image set the tone immediately: a bleak, overwhelming school, its architecture oppressive, the sky above it dark and cold. The school wasn't just a setting, it was a beast, something that consumed its students. With his reference models, every window, hallway, and staircase was drawn perfectly to scale. He manipulated the perspective carefully, warping certain angles to make the environment feel suffocating, almost like a prison. Next, he moved on to the main character, a skinny, frail student, shoulders hunched as he walked through the school corridors, head down, avoiding eye contact. His body language had to be perfect. The way his clothes hung loosely on his thin frame, the slight inward bend of his knees from years of avoiding conflict, the subtle tension in his fingers from gripping his bag strap too tightly. These were the details that made a character real. Then, the supporting cast. Bullies with cruel grins, relaxed postures, standing like they owned the place. Teachers who looked tired, indifferent, or outright corrupt, turning a blind eye to the chaos. Students who either laughed along or pretended not to see anything, their expressions crafted to show the guilt of bystanders. Every panel was layered with emotion and movement. A slight tilt of the head, a hand clenching into a fist just out of sight, a shadow stretching across the floor to hint at an incoming threat. These small cues were what separated an average webtoon from a masterpiece. By the time he finished the first chapter, 2 hours had passed. 2:07 a.m. Daniel leaned back slightly, analyzing his work. What should have taken a full week for a team of professional artists had been done in a fraction of the time. The art was flawless. Every frame, every stroke, every detail peak. But he wasn't done. He immediately moved on to coloring, layering shadows, highlights, and textures with speed that made traditional digital artists look like amateurs. The lighting wasn't flat, it had depth and atmosphere, changing between warm and cold tones depending on the mood of each scene. The dialogue came next. Daniel crafted every conversation carefully, making sure each character's tone was distinct. No wasted words. Every line of dialogue served a purpose, either pushing the story forward or adding to the tension. The bullies didn't just talk, they mocked with a rhythm that made their cruelty feel casual. The protagonist didn't just speak, his words were hesitant, almost swallowed before they left his mouth. He worked without stopping, fully immersed. By the time he blinked at the clock, it was morning. 6:13 a.m. 5 full chapters were complete. Daniel smiled, his eyes scanning the pages. It was perfect. The pacing, the tension, the visuals, everything exceeded his expectations. Now, it was time to release it to the world. He opened the Webtune publishing site, uploading the first 2 chapters for free to hook readers in. The remaining 3. Locked behind a paywall. If they wanted to read ahead, they had to pay. As the files processed, he let out a deep laugh, the sheer satisfaction of his plan coming together filling his chest. But he wasn't done yet. With Big Daniel still sleeping, Lil Daniel looked at the short promotional video. Some days ago he used the second body to make it, a video that with the second body handsome appearance, will go viral. Something new is coming. Big Daniel said with a smile, his deep voice holding just the right amount of intrigue. A story about power, survival, and the real world hiding beneath the surface. Lookism, true flow. The video was short, perfectly edited, and had just enough mystery to spark curiosity without revealing anything. With a single tap, Daniel uploaded it to TalkTick. The screen flashed 0 views. Daniel leaned back, unconcerned. He had patience. It wouldn't stay at 0 for long. Chapter 24, Weak Mindset. Monday, May 13, 2024, 12:07 p.m. The classroom buzzed with quiet chatter, the usual midday lull settling in as students idly scrolled through their phones, finished their lunches, or half-heartedly listened to the teacher wrap up the lesson. The windows were open, letting in the warm spring breeze, carrying the faint sounds of the busy school courtyard below. Duke Pion sat near the back, his head resting on his arms, eyes half-lidded in boredom. He had already finished his lunch, homemade kimbap from his grandmother, neatly packed and wrapped just the way she always made it. The taste still lingered, a comforting reminder of home. His thoughts drifted as he absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against his desk in a slow rhythm. Music was always in his head, beats forming out of habit, lyrics playing in his mind like a soundtrack to his life. But today, his usual calm was disrupted by a conversation happening across the room. "The festival's gonna be huge this year," one of the students said excitedly. "I heard even some famous agency scouts are coming." "No way, for real?" another chimed in. "That means all the top trainees are gonna perform, right?" Duke perked up slightly at that, his attention drawn to the discussion. The festival. It was an annual event, one of the biggest cultural and talent showcases held by J-High, attracting students from all departments. Vocalists, dancers, rappers, and even actors used it as a stepping stone for exposure. Some of the past participants had even been scouted by big entertainment agencies. He sat up, turning his head slightly to eavesdrop more clearly. "I already know Vin Jean is gonna be there," someone muttered. He wouldn't miss a chance to show off. Duke's jaw tightened instinctively. Vin Jean. His so-called rival, though the term felt off. Rivalry implied some sort of mutual respect, but Vin had never respected him. To Vin, Duke was nothing more than a nobody, a kid from a poor background, raised by his grandmother, who sold food on the streets to make ends meet. Vin, on the other hand, was a rapper trainee at OK Talent Agency, flaunting his connections and wealth at every opportunity. His arrogance was insufferable, his attitude even worse, but Duke had learned to ignore it. Or at least, he had tried. The mocking. The insults. The constant belittling of his talent, his appearance, his circumstances. Duke had endured it all. But ever since Daniel had humiliated Vin, looking at him up and down in a disappointed gaze, the harassment had lessened. Vin still shot snide remarks his way, but the outright bullying had stopped. Duke had thought that was enough. But now, hearing Vin was entering the festival. His hands curled into fists under the desk. He knew exactly what would happen. Vin would take the stage, rap some overhyped track, boast about his agency connections, and act like he was already a star. People would cheer, and Duke would just be another spectator, watching from the sidelines. He grit his teeth. No. Not this time. At the front of the room, Mary Kim stood up. The class rep always carried herself with a mix of confidence and elegance, her presence naturally commanding attention. She glanced down at the clipboard in her hands before speaking. "The festival is in a week," she announced, her voice clear and professional. "Sign-ups close tomorrow, so if you want to perform, now's the time to step up." The classroom murmured with interest, but no one immediately volunteered. Big events like this were intimidating. Even talented students hesitated, knowing the competition would be tough. Mary tapped her pen against the clipboard, scanning the room. "Vin Jean, I assume you're entering." Vin, who had been lounging in his chair with his feet kicked up, grinned. "Obviously. The festival needs some real talent." He ran a hand through his black hair before smirking. "Gotta give the people what they want." A few students chuckled, some rolling their eyes at his arrogance, but no one denied that Vin was a strong performer. He was loud, flashy, and undeniably confident, everything that caught an audience's attention. Mary noted his name down. "Anyone else?" Duke hesitated. His pulse quickened as he glanced around the room. This was it. This was his chance. If he wanted to prove himself, if he wanted to show that he wasn't just some nobody, he had to take this step. His heart pounded as he raised his hand. "I'll do it." The classroom fell silent. Mary lifted her head, eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. "Duke?" Duke swallowed, keeping his expression neutral. "Yeah. Put me down." Vin let out an amused scoff, leaning forward with an incredulous look. "You?" Duke turned his head slightly, meeting his gaze. Vin stared at him for a moment before breaking into laughter. "You're serious? Man, you really think you can compete with me?" He grinned, shaking his head. "That's cute." Duke didn't rise to the bait. He simply stared back, his was full of conviction. Mary, sensing the tension, cleared her throat. "All right, that's 2 for the rap category." She jotted Duke's name down. "Anyone else?" No one spoke. Mary nodded. Then that's settled. She glanced at Duke briefly, before moving on to the next category. Duke exhaled slowly with his heart still racing. Vin was still smirking, but there was something different in his eyes now, a flicker of irritation. He hadn't expected Duke to step up. Good. Duke turned his gaze back to the front of the class, his resolve was now set. 1 week. That's all he had. 1 week to prepare. 1 week to prove himself. He had trained for years in the shadows, never asking for recognition. But now. Now, it was time for the world to hear him. 12:43 p.m. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead as Big Daniel pushed open the bathroom door, stepping inside. The tiled floor was slightly damp, and the faint scent of cheap disinfectant mixed with something far less pleasant. He had only intended to take a quick break after lunch, but the moment he entered, the scene in front of him made him pause. Near the sinks, Du Li and his friends stood huddled around Jiho Park, their expressions twisted with amusement. Jiho's head was being forced down toward the toilet, the water inside murky and stagnant. His hands trembled as he desperately tried to resist, but he was outnumbered, his thin frame was shaking under their grip. Du Li sneered. "Come on, Jiho, what's the problem? Just take a look at your reflection, man. Ain't that what you love doing?" His friends snickered, their laughter bouncing off the bathroom walls. Jiho struggled, his breath uneven, but he was too weak to break free. His eyes darted around, searching for anything, anyone, that could get him out of this. Then, a sharp, deliberate clap. The sound echoed loudly, cutting through the laughter like a gunshot. Du Li and his friends froze instantly, their heads whipping around toward the entrance. Panic flashed in their eyes as they spotted Daniel standing there with his towering figure leaning against the doorframe and arms crossed. Jiho, still trapped in their grip, sighed in relief. Name, Jiho Park. Height, 155 centimeters. Strength, -F. Speed, -F. Potential, -A. Intelligence, -C. Endurance, -E. Daniel's presence alone was enough to make everyone in the room tense. They had all heard about his strength. No one here wanted to find out firsthand what he was capable of. For a moment, the bathroom was silent. Then, Daniel's eyes shifted, not toward Du Li, not toward the bullies, but directly at Jiho. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. "You're still letting others push you around?" Jiho blinked with his relief instantly fading. Du Li and his friends hesitated, glancing at each other, unsure if Daniel was addressing them or not. Jiho clenched his teeth with his shoulders tightening. He wanted to say something, wanted to defend himself, but before he could even open his mouth, Daniel continued. "And don't give me that bullshit excuse that you're weak." Jiho's breath hitched. Daniel's gaze was piercing straight through him. "That's exactly why you're weak. Your mentality. You let people step on you, and then you act like you had no choice." Jiho's fingers curled into fists. It wasn't his fault. He had never been strong. People had always looked down on him, always treated him like a stepping stone. Was it really his fault that he was born weak? Daniel's next words shattered that thought completely. "As long as you think like prey, you'll always be one." Jiho's eyes widened in shock. For a second, nothing moved. The words rang in his head, louder than any insult, sharper than any punch he had ever taken. Daniel held his stare for another moment before stepping forward. Du Li and his gang instinctively backed away, pressing themselves against the wall as if giving him space. But Daniel didn't even spare them a glance. Instead, he walked right past Jiho. Jiho stood frozen, his mind racing. Wasn't Daniel going to help him? Wasn't he supposed to scare the bullies away, maybe beat them up, save him? But Daniel simply walked to the urinal. Unbothered. Unconcerned. He didn't say another word. Didn't tell Du Li and his friends to stop. Didn't offer Jiho a hand. He had already given Jiho all the help he was ever going to. Jiho was left standing there, his thoughts a storm of emotions as Daniel finished, washed his hands, and walked out. Chapter 25, Study Han. Monday, May 13, 2024, 4:21 p.m. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the sidewalk as Daniel, Zach, Zoe, Jay, and Mira walked together after school. The air was warm, the usual noise of students chatting and parting ways filling the streets around them. Daniel walked at a steady pace, hands in his pockets, his mind half-focused on his surroundings while keeping track of his first body back at home. The synchronization had become second nature now, barely requiring effort. Beside him, Zoe was glued to her phone, completely absorbed in something. Her eyes darted across the screen, her fingers occasionally scrolling, completely unbothered by the world around her. Zach, walking a few steps ahead, noticed. After a few moments of watching her, he furrowed his brows and glanced at Jay before speaking. "You've been stuck on that thing for 20 minutes. What's so interesting?" Zoe didn't respond. Zach narrowed his eyes, now slightly annoyed. "Oi. You deaf or something?" Still nothing. Zach clicked his tongue and stepped closer, peering over her shoulder. "TCH. The hell are you even reading?" Finally, Zoe sighed dramatically and lifted her head. "I'm reading Lookism, True Flow." Daniel nearly paused mid-step. "Already?" Keeping his expression neutral, he played along, feigning curiosity. "Lookism, True Flow. What's that?" Zoe perked up immediately with her eyes lighting up. "It's a new webtoon that just dropped this morning, but it's already blowing up. It only has 5 chapters out, and 3 of them are locked behind a paywall." Zach raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Don't tell me you paid for it." Without hesitation, Zoe shamelessly nodded. "Of course I did. I'm already on chapter 4. Zach stared at her blankly before scoffing. "You actually spent money on some random webtoon that just came out. You don't get it." Zoe huffed, waving her phone slightly. "It's different from the usual action webtoons. I didn't expect to like it this much, but the fights, the way the story builds tension, it's actually crazy good." Zach crossed his arms. "Yeah. If it's that good, send me the link." Without hesitation, Zoe tapped on her screen and sent it over. "Here. Just read it before judging." She then turned to Daniel, still excited. "You should check it out too, Daniel. Since you're working on your own webtoon, maybe you can get some inspiration." Daniel nodded smoothly. "Yeah, I'll look into it." He had to fight the urge to laugh. After a few more minutes of casual conversation, the group reached a point where their paths split. One by one, they said their goodbyes, heading in different directions. As Daniel walked away, he casually pulled out his phone and checked the stats. Views. Comments. Paid subscriptions. A grin slowly crept across his face. Just as planned. 5:02 p.m. Daniel walked through the quiet streets, the sun beginning its slow descent, casting a warm glow over the rooftops. The day had gone smoothly, and now it was time to return home and resume training. His first body had been working all afternoon while he attended school, and he was curious to see the progress. As he approached the small shack, his gaze landed on Lil Daniel outside, performing a full planche with perfect control. His arms were locked, his back straight, his entire body hovering inches above the ground without a single tremble. But what stood out the most was the heavy piece of furniture balanced on his back. A discarded metal frame table he had found at the junkyard. Daniel's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Good. The core strength is improving. Most people focused on upper body power, raw punching strength, and endurance. But a fighter's foundation was their core. Without it, their techniques would fall apart the moment they faced someone truly powerful. If your hardware is weak, it won't matter how good your software is. That was why Study Han had struggled so much in the early parts of the story. He had the knowledge, the techniques, but his body couldn't keep up with his mind. It wasn't until he trained properly and fought 1 HP gun, where he began to walk his path. A quiet chuckle escaped him. Right now, he's probably with those stray dogs, running with the God Dog crew. His mind drifted to Johan Song. A prodigy in raw combat ability, but directionless. If Johan had a proper rival, someone who could challenge him directly, his growth would skyrocket. The same applied to Daniel. Daniel's steps slowed. Maybe I should send my first body there. He seriously considered it. A training session against Johan and his crew. Not only would it sharpen his own skills, but it would completely alter the course of the story. The thought alone sent excitement coursing through him. He smirked, eyes flickering with anticipation. After the festival. I'll wait until then. There was no need to rush. First, he would handle the festival. Then, he would change everything. He had gone to Met and copy some things. He, a creepy laugh escaped him as he threw his bag. 6:11 p.m. Daniel sat in front of his laptop, his eyes scanning the real-time statistics of his Webtune. The numbers had exploded since the morning launch, far exceeding his initial expectations. 100,000 views. And climbing. That alone was impressive, but what truly shocked him was the conversion rate. 46% of the readers had paid for the locked chapters. Daniel leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing. That percentage was insane. Most webtoons, even the popular ones, barely managed a 10 to 15% paywall conversion. For nearly half his readers to willingly pay meant one thing: his story was gripping enough to make them crave more. Now, for the real payoff. For every locked chapter a reader purchased, he earned 2,988.76 KRW, 1, which was roughly €2 or $2.09. Even with some readers only unlocking 1 or 2 chapters instead of all 3, his total earnings were still massive. Daniel quickly did the calculations in his head. 100,000 readers times 46% equals 46,000 paying readers. Assuming an average of 2.4 locked chapters purchased per paying reader. 46,000 times 2.4 by 2,988.76 KRW equals $329,680,000 KRW. $230.992. €220.614. Daniel's eyes widened. Over 329 million won, in a single day. His laughter erupted, sharp and triumphant. He slammed his laptop shut and immediately stood up. His heart pounded, not with fear, but with pure exhilaration. I need to open a bank account. Without wasting a second, Daniel grabbed his things and headed straight for the door. 6:27 p.m. As Big Daniel stepped outside, he caught a glimpse of Lil Daniel in the open space near their shack. The first body was no longer holding a planche, instead, he was performing crouching jumps with the same heavy piece of furniture strapped to his back. Every time Lil Daniel leaped, his legs coiled like compressed springs before launching him into the air, only for him to land smoothly and explode upward again, the sheer strain on his muscles evident. His breathing was sharp, controlled with precise movements. Big Daniel didn't stop. He rushed past without a second glance, laser-focused on his goal. The bank. His earnings were too insane. If he had already made 329 million won in a single day, then in a week? A month? The possibilities made his head spin. But as he ran through the streets, a sudden thought hit him like a truck, and his steps faltered. Wait. Taxes. His body froze. His pupils dilated. His breathing stopped. The app takes a cut. The Korean government takes a cut. What does that leave me with? Panic surged through him as he pulled out his phone and frantically searched for the platform's tax policies. His fingers moved at lightning speed with his eyes scanning every bit of fine print. And then, he saw it. 20% platform fee. 3.3% Korean income tax. Additional progressive tax brackets apply based on yearly earnings. He knelt on the pavement with his legs giving out. A moment of absolute silence. Then, his head tilted back toward the sky with ugly tears and snot on his face. I got robo-bead. The entire street stopped. Pedestrians turned, eyes wide as they watched the absurdly handsome young man scream his pain into the heavens. Some gasped, some whispered, some just stared. A middle-aged woman, dressed elegantly with a silk scarf around her neck, clutched her shopping bags and took a step forward. Her heart ached. "Young man," she said in a warm voice with sympathy. "Come with me. I'll take care of you." Daniel slowly turned his head to look at her. For a brief moment, the offer was tempting. But then, his rage returned. Without a word, he jumped to his feet and sprinted toward the bank. "I swear, I will have my revenge." Chapter 26, Routine. Monday, May 13, 2024, 7:03 p.m. Daniel reached the bank, his steps quick but controlled as he entered the cool, air-conditioned space. The interior was modern, lined with neatly arranged booths and a few potted plants for decoration. Several people were already waiting in line, so Daniel took his place behind an elderly man slowly filling out a form. His mind was still grieving. The 329 million won he had celebrated was already a distant dream. The platform's 20% cut had slashed a massive chunk, then the Korean income tax came in to strip away more. And he knew it wasn't over, the progressive tax rate would hit even harder the more he earned. His soul was in pain. After about 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. He stepped up to the counter, greeted by a pleasant-looking female bank worker in her late 20s. She had a warm smile, a professional air, and a slightly too interested look in her eyes as she saw him. "Hello, sir. How can I help you today?" she asked, her voice a bit too enthusiastic. Daniel forced a smile. "I'd like to open a bank account." "Of course." She handed him a form. "Please provide your identity documents, and we'll get everything set up for you." Daniel nodded, pulling out the necessary paperwork and sliding it across the counter. The worker glanced down, her eyes flicking to his full name. Park Hyun-seong. Her smile widened. "Oh. That's a strong name, Mr. Park. It suits you well." Daniel gave a polite nod, pretending not to care while internally cringing at the fake name. The process was smooth, with the worker treating him with extra warmth. Whether it was because of his looks or just good customer service, he didn't know. He deadass knew. Either way, he didn't care. In just 30 minutes, he had a fully functional bank account, complete with an app, online banking access, and everything he needed. The moment she handed him his bank card, he grabbed it and rushed out. 7:52 p.m. By the time he arrived home, Lil Daniel was lying outside, resting with a towel draped over his shoulders. He was massaging his arms and legs, sore from the insane workout earlier. But what stood out the most was the tears pooling in his eyes. Daniel didn't need to ask why. It was the same reason his own heart ached. One consciousness. One shared pain. They had suffered a financial massacre. Big Daniel shook his head, walking inside without saying a word. He had business to finish. Sitting at his desk, he flipped open his laptop and immediately downloaded the bank app, since his flip phone couldn't handle apps. It took only a few minutes to set everything up, and then came the real moment of truth. He connected the bank app to the Webtune site, watching as his earnings transferred. And then, another tax. The Korean financial system took its share, slashing even more from what remained. A single tear rolled down his cheek. I should have been a criminal instead. Mobby gang fights aren't that bad. I should have robbed that rich lady. Should I become a terrorist? Standing up without a word, he grabbed his things and walked outside. It was time to buy things. 8:12 p.m. Daniel walked briskly through the streets, his mind set on one goal. If he was going to suffer from Korea's merciless taxes, he might as well enjoy what little he had left. He arrived at one of the biggest electronics stores in the area, its bright LED signs advertising the latest devices. The moment he stepped inside, the cool air conditioning washed over him, and the faint scent of new plastic and metal filled his nose. Rows of shiny, high-end gadgets lined the store, laptops, gaming monitors, and shelves filled with the latest flagship smartphones. A sales associate, a young man in his early 20s, approached him with a polite smile. "Welcome. Are you looking for anything in particular?" Daniel nodded once. "I need the best Android phone you have. Latest model. Highest specs." The salesman's eyes lit up. "Oh, great choice. Right this way." He was quickly led to the premium section, where multiple high-end models were displayed. The most recent Samsung Galaxy Ultra and a few other top-tier brands were showcased with sleek glass panels and massive storage capacities. Daniel took one glance at the specs, saw the insane processing power, massive battery life, and perfect camera setup, then nodded. "This one. I'll take it." The salesman beamed. "Excellent choice, sir. Would you like any accessories with it?" "No. Would you like to check out Apple's latest?" Daniel stared at him. The salesman froze. "Never mind, sir. Let's get you checked out." 8:16 p.m. Outside the store, Daniel opened the box, unwrapped his new phone, and powered it on. The screen lit up instantly, smooth and responsive as he quickly ran through the setup process. His fingers moved effortlessly, transferring data, securing his accounts, and installing the necessary apps. The difference between this and his flip phone was night and day. Next, he headed to a nearby store to purchase a new phone number. After setting it up, he finally had everything in place. Now came the final task. He pulled out his flip phone, which now felt like an ancient relic in his hands, and started calling his friends one by one. First up was Zach. The call rang twice before Zach picked up. "Yo." Daniel wasted no time. "New number. Save it." Zach yawned on the other end. "Took you long enough to upgrade from that prehistoric brick." Yeah. Just save it." Next, he called Mira. "Hello. New number. Save it." "Oh. Okay, got it. You finally got a smartphone?" "Yeah." "Good. Now I can finally add you to group chats." Daniel hung up before she could say anything else. "She's a yapper." Then, Zoe. "Hey, Daniel." Her voice was cheerful, and he could already tell she was going to be annoying. "New number. Save it." Wait. That means you finally got a dash." Click. Finally, he called Jay. There was no answer. Daniel sighed, shaking his head. He shot a quick text instead. "New number. Save it." After finishing the calls, he took a deep breath. His finances had suffered today, but at least he was now properly connected. With his new phone in hand, he started heading home. 8:43 p.m. As Big Daniel approached home, he immediately noticed Lil Daniel in the open training area behind their shack. The first body stood in front of a thick iron plate, about half an inch thick, mounted against a solid wooden post. His right fist was red and bruised, but he continued throwing precise, controlled punches at the cold metal surface. Each impact echoed in the quiet night, a dull, heavy sound vibrating through the air. His knuckles had long since gone numb, yet he didn't stop. Iron is perfect for conditioning. Not as unyielding as steel, but still tough enough to strengthen the bones and harden the fists. Lil Daniel exhaled sharply, resetting his stance before driving another punch into the plate. His body no longer hesitated. 2 weeks ago, this would have sent pain shooting through his fingers, wrists, and forearm. Now, his body had adapted. Big Daniel stood there for a moment, watching. Their eyes met. Nothing was said. Nothing needed to be. After a few seconds, Big Daniel simply turned and walked inside. Training was important, but right now, food came first. Inside, the kitchen was simple, barely enough space for 2 people, but Daniel made it work. He moved quickly, grabbing ingredients, heating the pan, and preparing a simple yet nutritious meal. He kept it balanced. A mix of lean protein, fiber, and carbs, making sure it aligned with both Lil Daniel's fat-burning regimen and Big Daniel's maintenance diet. By the time the food was plated, Lil Daniel had stepped inside, his hands slightly red but otherwise fine. The 2 bodies sat across from each other, picking up their chopsticks at the same time. They ate in silence, but the moment felt natural. This was routine now. Training. Pushing limits. Recovering. Then doing it all over again. And he wouldn't stop here. Chapter 27, 1 week. Monday, May 20th, 2024, 8:12 a.m. A full week had passed, and in that time, Daniel's Webtune had exploded in popularity beyond even his own expectations. What had started as an ambitious project, fueled by his mastery of anatomy, perspective, and martial arts knowledge, had now grown into something far bigger. 30 free chapters were now available, drawing in a massive global audience, while 20 locked chapters remained behind a paywall, steadily generating income. At first, he had been cautious about the long-term potential, but after watching the numbers skyrocket daily, any doubts vanished. The Webtoon wasn't just popular, it was a phenomenon. Everywhere, people in the action, martial arts, and drama genres were talking about it. Some were drawn in by the fights, others by the brutal storytelling and emotional weight behind the protagonist's journey. And the comments section? A warzone of passion, excitement, and absolute madness. At Bloodcrats, bro loudly crying face this MC don't got plot armor, he just built different. That counter in chapter 28 was straight up cold-blooded smirking face fire. At Lonely Traveler, I swear, every time I think he's gonna lose, he adapts mid-fight. The way he calculates angles and body positioning. Bruh, I'm taking notes skull folded hands. At No Chill Sensei, this the first Webtoon where I actually felt like I was getting stronger just by reading it. Weary face flex biceps medium skin tone. I was at the gym today thinking, what would MC do, and suddenly I PR'd 30 kilograms more. Crazy. At It's Me Again, the art. The perspective. The paneling. I legit paused on chapter 22 just to stare at the fight sequence. The movement is too clean, face with tears of joy. At Wuxia Enjoyer, y'all ever read something so good you start shadowboxing in your room? I caught myself ducking while reading chapter 26 loudly crying face dark skin tone emoji modifier. At Combat_Guru, this Webtoon's fight choreography is actually accurate. I teach real-world combat sports, and these movements, they're legit. No exaggerated anime flips, just pure technique and timing. Whoever made this knows fighting. It wasn't just casual readers hyping it up, even professionals were taking notice. Several martial arts instructors and fighters had started posting breakdowns of the techniques shown in the fights, analyzing how the MC used precise weight shifting, counters, and body mechanics to defeat stronger opponents. One popular self-defense YouTuber even made a video titled, Real or Fake? The most realistic Webtoon fights I've ever seen. The video showcased multiple moments from the series, comparing them to actual fight footage from MMA, boxing, and street encounters. He slowed down the frames, explaining how the protagonist used joint locks, sweeps, and foot positioning to handle much larger opponents. Daniel smiled when he saw the video. Good. People are noticing the details. But with every massive success, there would always be haters. At hater number 1, this Webtoon is overrated as hell. Same, weak MC gets strong formula, nothing new. Mid ASF. At Opinion Unasked, the art is good, but let's be real, no one learns fighting this fast. It's pure fantasy, stop acting like it's revolutionary. At Keyboard Fighter 88, LOL, this is cringe. Ain't nobody dodging punches like that in real life. Author must be delusional skull. At Anti-Paywall Gang, why the hell are there 20 chapters locked? Greedy author. I'm not paying skull. At Wannabe Critic, this webtoon peaked at chapter 10. Everything after that is just power scaling nonsense. Daniel wasn't bothered. If anything, he found the hate useful. The criticisms about unrealistic growth. That was intentional. He hadn't even scratched the surface of how real training worked, he was saving that for later in the story. The ones complaining about dodging and reflexes. They clearly had never fought before. Reflexes weren't magic, it was all about reading movement cues and controlling distance. And this world power level is obviously on the superhuman scale. And the ones whining about the paywall? He simply laughed. If they're mad, it means they actually want to read more. Closing his laptop, he stretched, feeling completely satisfied. His webtoon had taken over the action genre and his wall is full. He. Daniel laughed with saliva on his mouth. Causing some classmates to look at him weirdly, while Zach signed now used to his daydreaming. 8:30 a.m. The past week had been more than just a webtoon success for Daniel, it had also been a period of intense physical and mental refinement. Every single day, Lil Daniel trained relentlessly. His body was shedding the last remnants of excess fat while his muscles hardened with his endurance increasing at a frightening pace. His fists, after continuous conditioning against iron plates, no longer ached when striking hard surfaces. His legs had become explosively powerful, allowing him to move faster, jump higher, and kick with real weight behind each strike. But physical growth alone wasn't enough. Daniel knew that reaching the pinnacle of combat wasn't just about training harder, it was about training smarter. And that meant finding his own path. The sooner he started, the smoother his progression would be in the future. Every true master had their own way. The greatest fighters weren't just copies of someone else, they had something unique. A style that was truly their own. And right now, Daniel didn't have that. Sure, he had copy. His ability to perfectly mimic the movements of others was a massive advantage. But he was beginning to realize something crucial. Copy wasn't invincible. Yes, he could imitate any technique he saw. Yes, he could replicate martial arts styles instantly. But just copying movements wasn't enough. If he wanted to surpass the original, he needed to go beyond just execution. He needed to understand the essence. It was exactly like his drawing journey. At first, he had simply copied the works of others, tracing, replicating, and learning by observation. But with time, practice, and deep study, he didn't just copy anymore, he created. He had reached the pinnacle of art not because he could copy perfectly, but because he had truly understood its foundations, rules, and principles. Fighting, however, was an entirely different beast. It was more than just technique. More than just perfect execution. It was experience. It was will. And that was what it would take for him to go beyond. 3:15 p.m. The warm afternoon breeze drifted through the open windows of the classroom, bringing with it the distant sounds of students chatting and the occasional faint honk from the street outside. Big Daniel leaned back in his chair, lazily enjoying his snack, a pack of honey butter chips and a bottled drink while his mind was only half present. Tomorrow was the school festival, but honestly, he hadn't thought much about it at all. Zoe, however, had. She slid into the seat beside him, resting her chin on her hand as she grinned. So, Daniel, you ready for tomorrow? Daniel paused mid-chew before blinking. For what? Zoe rolled her eyes. The festival, duh. What else? He scratched the back of his head. Oh. Right. He chewed thoughtfully before sighing. I didn't prepare anything. Probably just gonna enjoy the food and watch whatever drama the students cause. Zach, who had been lounging with his arms crossed, snorted. "Tch, waste of time." Mira turned from her seat, raising an eyebrow. "Oh. So you're not planning to play any games?" Before anyone could blink, Zach was suddenly next to her with a dead serious face. He pulled out a neatly folded paper, tapping it against his palm. "I have a detailed list of everything that'll be there tomorrow," he declared. The group stared. Jay shook his head, sighing. Daniel slowly nodded, turning to Jay. "Simp behavior." Jay gave him a small glance, silently agreeing. But then, without warning, Jay's eyes shifted slightly, side-eyeing Daniel. More specifically, on the scene right next to him. Zoe, with a mischievous chuckle, held up a piece of fried chicken, gently nudging it toward Daniel's mouth. "Here. I know you like this." Daniel, completely unfazed, let her feed him. He casually took a bite, chewing without shame. Then, as if sensing Jay's stare, he slowly turned his head, locking eyes with him. A silent standoff. Jay's face remained blank, but his gaze spoke volumes. Daniel, still chewing, stared right back with shamelessness. Then, he smirked. Jay sighed, turning away, resting his head on his hand as he gazed out the window, clearly done with everything. Chapter 28, Festival. Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, 8:12 a.m. The school festival had officially begun, and the atmosphere was nothing short of electric. The entire campus was transformed, colorful banners hung from windows, stalls lined the pathways, and groups of students excitedly roamed the school grounds, checking out what each department had prepared. The scent of freshly grilled meat, sweet pastries, and fried snacks filled the air, mixing with the distant sound of a student band performing on an outdoor stage. The festival wasn't just about fun, it was also competition. Each department fought to draw in the biggest crowd, their stalls and events designed to outshine the others. Some sold food, others had game booths or performances, while a few had gone all out with interactive attractions. But one event in particular was stirring up conversation everywhere. The slave auction. A harmless school tradition where the most popular or attractive guys were auctioned off to girls who could win a one-day date with them. It was the perfect excuse for students to publicly confess their crushes while raising money for their respective departments. And this year, the competition was fierce. In one of the classrooms, a group of volunteers from different departments gathered, discussing who they should put forward for the auction. "Zach, you'd be perfect for this," one of the students suggested, glancing at him. Zach immediately shot them down. "Nah. Not happening." The group groaned. "Come on, man, you're one of the most popular guys in school." Zach crossed his arms in a firm expression. "I'm not interested." Everyone turned to Mira, silently begging for help. She just shrugged. "Don't waste your time. He won't do it." "See?" Zach smirked, satisfied. The organizers sighed in defeat, then their eyes landed on Daniel. Then what about Daniel? Daniel, who had been enjoying a piece of candy, froze mid-chew. "Me? Yeah. You're perfect for this." Daniel immediately considered declining, but then, a thought struck him. The best way to meet Gun. He will probably be there with Crystal Choi. This might actually be useful. With a reluctant sigh, he nodded. "Fine. I'll do it." The volunteers cheered, while Zach snorted. "Enjoy your new job." Jay shook his head, looking at Daniel with silent disappointment. Daniel just grinned. As the preparations continued, students rushed between stalls, exploring what each department had to offer. Some areas were thriving, while others were struggling. The baking and architecture departments were particularly suffering. Their stalls were nearly empty, with only a few uninterested students passing by. The problem was obvious, not a single handsome guy was working there. Daniel, casually strolling through the festival while enjoying another piece of candy, suddenly heard sniffling. Turning his head, he spotted Vasco hunched over with tears streaming down his face while Jace patted his back awkwardly. We worked so hard," Vasco cried, wiping his nose. "But no one wants to buy anything." Jace sighed. "It's not because of the food, Vasco. It's just, we don't exactly have the star power to attract customers." Vasco clenched his fists. "If only I was handsome." Daniel chuckled before stepping forward, handing Vasco another piece of candy. Vasco blinked at him before taking it, sniffling. Thank you, Daniel." He unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth while his expression brightening slightly. Daniel patted him on the shoulder. "Just flex your muscles. Maybe you'll attract the fitness crowd." Vasco's eyes lit up. "You think so?" "Definitely," Daniel said, grinning. Meanwhile, in complete contrast, the beauty department was thriving. And the reason? Eli Jang. The moment he stepped into the festival, an overwhelming crowd of fangirls formed around him, their screams nearly deafening. The department's makeover station and skincare booths were flooded with students hoping to catch his attention. A group of girls whispered excitedly. "Did you see his smile? He looks even better in real life." "Forget the festival, I'm staying here all day." Daniel shook his head at the sheer chaos Eli unintentionally caused. This guy could sell air and people would still buy it. After the auction candidates were finalized, the festival entered a chill period where students could relax and explore the different stalls. Daniel walked through the bustling grounds, taking everything in. 9:12 a.m. The festival was in full swing, with students eagerly hopping between stalls, trying out food, games, and performances. The once empty pathways were now crowded, laughter and excited chatter filling the air as everyone embraced the lively energy of the event. And of course, one particular presence stood out more than anyone else. Daniel Park. It was inevitable. His ridiculous level of handsomeness didn't go unnoticed. The moment he casually strolled through the festival grounds, students, especially girls, started whispering, pointing, and sneaking glances. Some tried to be subtle, while others weren't even bothering to hide their admiration. "Isn't that Park Hyun-seung? Look at him, even just standing there, he looks like he walked out of a movie. He's even hotter in person." In any other situation, Daniel might have enjoyed the attention. But today, he wasn't in the mood. With a swift movement, he ducked into the crowd, weaving through the bustling students like a ghost. By the time people realized where he had been standing, he was already gone. Now, at a safe distance, Daniel casually leaned against a stall, watching the chaos unfold. Not far away, Vasco was struggling. Despite his passion and overwhelming enthusiasm, his attempts to attract customers weren't working. He had already flexed his muscles, shouted about the quality of the food, and even done a few squats to showcase his power. Yet, no one cared. Some students glanced his way, but quickly moved on. The lack of eye-catching workers meant the department stall had no pull. Then, someone laughed loudly. "Yo, this is too sad." Vin Jean. The rapper trainee stood a few feet away, arms crossed with his signature smug grin plastered on his face. He scoffed as he watched Vasco struggle. "You seriously thought people would line up for your stall? With that ugly face?" Vin sneered. "Bro, you look like you should be lifting bricks, not making pastries." Vasco's expression darkened. "What did you say?" "I said you're chopped as fuck," Vin declared. "Ain't nobody tryna buy food from someone who looks like he wrestles cows for fun." Jay sighed, already expecting Vasco's reaction. Sure enough, Vasco's fists clenched, and he took a step forward. "Say that again, you fake rapper." Vin smirked, leaning in. "Ugly as hell." Before Vasco could swing, a hand suddenly grabbed Vin's collar. "Alright, enough of that." Vin's body jolted as he was yanked backward. He turned, furious, only to freeze when he saw Mary Kim's unamused face staring right at him. "Mary? The hell are you doing?" Vin barked, trying to shake her off. "Keeping you from embarrassing yourself." Mary replied coolly with her grip tightening. "Come on, we're leaving." "The hell we are." Vin protested, still glaring at Vasco. "This idiot started it, damn. I can see well." "Vin." That one word was enough. Vin clicked his tongue, begrudgingly giving in as Mary dragged him away. But not before he could shout one last insult at Vasco. "Your food still sucks. And why is it so dark? It's morning, damn it." As Vin was forcefully escorted away, Vasco crossed his arms, still seething. TCH. What does he know? Daniel, having watched the entire exchange from the sidelines, chuckled to himself. Then, deciding to help Vasco, he casually raised his voice, catching the attention of the passing crowd. "Oi." Heads turned. Daniel gestured toward Vasco's stall. "This guy's food is actually good." That was all it took. Almost immediately, girls flooded toward the stall. If Park Hyun-seong was recommending it, it had to be worth trying. Vasco's eyes widened as the once empty stall was suddenly overwhelmed. Wait, one at a time." Jace quickly stepped up, managing the sudden rush. The only problem? The customers weren't just interested in the food. Where did Park Hyun-seong go? Wasn't he just here? Did he leave already? I wanted to ask him about the recommendation. By the time they realized it, Daniel had already disappeared into the crowd once again. Chapter 29, Spar. Did y'all see the Steam sale? Chuff. I might have spent close to €300 in games. And the crazy thing is that I don't even have a PC skull. Please don't judge me, as I will build one soon. As I've been saving up, those games are an investment since I don't want to pirate things. I can't have a virus on my new PC. Loudly crying face. But I don't know what's better, No Man's Sky or Star Citizen. Any suggestions? I do not plan to pay again and again for new things in the game, so what game will give me the best experience with the base content? Or do you know other good space games? Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, 9:26 a.m. After successfully escaping the chaos, Daniel walked casually through the festival grounds, a black mask covering the lower half of his face to avoid drawing even more attention. His tall frame and broad shoulders still made him stand out, but at least this way, he wouldn't have to deal with flocks of students following him. The air was filled with the lively sounds of students laughing, calling out to friends, and the occasional energetic advertisement from a stall worker trying to attract customers. Everything felt relaxed, but as Daniel moved through the crowd, something caught his eye. A few meters ahead, Jae Hong stood near a small game stall with his usual calm expression unchanged as a girl excitedly held up her phone, showing him something on the screen. Curious, Daniel tilted his head slightly, taking a casual step closer. Then he saw it. His webtoon. The girl's voice was full of excitement. "Jay, you need to read this. It just started last week, but it's already one of the best webtoons out right now." She scrolled through the screen before stopping at a particular character panel, tapping on it. "This guy right here. He's insane." Daniel's eyes flickered toward the screen. It was a character he had written with Jay as inspiration. But unlike Jay, this version was nothing like him in personality. The character in the webtoon practiced systema, just like Jay, but without his restraint. Instead of using it for self-defense and protection, he used it purely for violence and efficiency, a cold, calculating villain. A Jay without kindness. Daniel didn't even need to imagine it. Someone with Jay's instincts, precision, and natural grace in combat, but with a heartless, merciless nature. Massacre. Jay, still staring at the screen, remained silent with his gaze fixed on the character, thinking who knows what. 9:56 a.m. Daniel continued strolling through the festival, keeping an eye on both of his bodies while blending into the crowd with his mask on. The festival continued in full swing, but one area had drawn a noticeably large crowd, the makeshift boxing ring set up in the sports section. Daniel looked and saw that at the center of it all was Zach Lee, standing tall in his boxing stance, confidently eyeing his next opponent. His shirt was slightly damp with sweat from his previous matches, but his energy was still high. He had spent the past hour dominating challengers, showing off his skills, and, most importantly, stealing quick glances at Mira to see if she was watching. And of course, she was. Daniel immediately grinned under his mask. Oh, this is too good to pass up. A plan formed in his mind instantly. 15 minutes passed quickly. Mira stood by the ropes with crossed arms and watching with interest as Zach easily dodged, countered, and overwhelmed his latest opponent. With a swift 1-2 combination, his opponent stumbled back, barely holding his gloves up before the match was called. The crowd cheered, some laughing, others groaning after losing bets on who could last the longest against Zach. Zach smirked, stepping back as his opponent left the ring. He wiped his face with a towel before grinning at the crowd. "All right," he called out. "Who's next?" Image. Name, Zach Lee. Height, 180 centimeters. Strength, -B. Speed, -B. Potential, -A. Intelligence, -B. Endurance, -B. Silence for a moment. Then. "I'll go." The voice was confident and familiar. Zach turned his head toward the sound, as did the rest of the crowd. Walking toward the ring was Lil Daniel. Image. Name, Daniel Park. Height, 169 centimeters. Synchronization. Strength, -A. Speed, -A. Potential, -SSS. Intelligence, -S+. Endurance, -A. Zach's brow furrowed in confusion. The guy standing in front of him was leaner, his body far more defined than the last time he saw him. "Lil Daniel?" Zach asked, raising a brow. "That's you." Lil Daniel laughed, nodding. "Yeah, I lost some weight." Mira, noticing him, also gave a small wave. Lil Daniel waved back before effortlessly hopping onto the ring. Zach looked him up and down. "Didn't expect you here." "My brother invited me." Lil Daniel explained, rolling his shoulders. "I just had a workout before coming." Zach's brow twitched. "You were training right before a festival?" Lil Daniel nodded. "Gotta keep pushing myself." Then, he slid on the gloves, taking a relaxed stance. "I'm warmed up now. Hope you won't disappoint me." Zach's expression shifted. He had been curious about Lil Daniel for a while now. Something about him always felt off, too confident, too precise with his words. And now. This was the perfect chance to see what he was really made of. Zach cracked his knuckles. "I've kinda wanted to challenge you since the first time we met." He rolled his shoulders before lifting his fists. "You called yourself a prodigy, right?" Lil Daniel's smile widened. "Still am." Zach stepped forward, adjusting his stance. "Then don't complain when you lose." Lil Daniel hopped lightly on his feet with loose yet focused movements. "You'll lose if you don't go all out." The crowd leaned in, whispers of excitement spreading through the students as they stared at each other and moved closer with focused eyes. 10:23 a.m. The ring fell silent. Lil Daniel and Zach stood opposite each other, both in their respective guards, watching, waiting. Zach's stance was light, balanced, his left hand extended slightly, right fist close to his chin. His Philly shell guard was loose but deceptively effective, ready to roll with incoming strikes. Daniel stood in a standard orthodox stance, feet positioned evenly, shoulders relaxed, breathing steady. His guard was textbook perfect, but there was an eerily controlled stillness to him, like a loaded gun, waiting for the right moment to shoot. The energy in the air was palpable. Neither spoke. Then, Zack moved. A quick shuffle forward, his left hand snapping out with a jab. Fast, crisp, precise. A textbook lead jab meant to test Daniel's reaction. Daniel tilted his head slightly, letting the punch sail past his cheek. Zack immediately followed up, twisting his hips as he launched a straight right aimed at Daniel's chin. Daniel blocked it cleanly. The impact sent a small vibration down his arm, but his footing didn't shift an inch. Zack didn't hesitate. He pulled back, using the momentum to angle himself away before firing a left hook towards Daniel's ribs, hoping to catch him on the retreat. But Daniel was already adjusting. He pivoted subtly, letting Zack's hook skim harmlessly off his side before returning fire with a quick counter jab to Zack's face. Zack barely managed to shift his head with the punch grazing his cheek. The crowd gasped. Both fighters immediately reset, distancing themselves after the first exchange. Zack's eyes narrowed slightly. He's effortlessly tracking my attacks. Most people couldn't follow his hand speed, even his past opponents struggled to react once he started throwing combinations. But Daniel tracked the movements with no effort. Zack exhaled sharply through his nose. All right then. Let's see how you handle this. He moved again. This time, Zack switched to a classic outboxing rhythm, bouncing lightly on his feet with his upper body moving fluidly. He flicked out another jab, not aiming to hit but to set up his real attack. Daniel stepped in. A split-second shift, his weight moved slightly forward while his lead foot adjusted just right. Then, Zack saw something that made his stomach tighten. Daniel threw the exact same jab. Same speed. Same angle. Same weight shift. Zack's brain registered it with shock. He copied it. But he didn't have time to process it fully, because Daniel wasn't done. As Zack went to throw his right cross, Daniel did the exact same movement. A perfect mirror. Their fists extended at the same time, but Daniel's was faster. Zack barely managed to tilt his head, avoiding a direct hit. Crack. Daniel's right hand clipped Zack's jaw, forcing him back a step. Zack's body reacted instinctively. He rolled with the impact, immediately tucking his chin to fire a counter left uppercut. But Daniel, instead of dodging, matched the movement. Another perfect copy. Zack's uppercut soared toward Daniel's ribs, only for Daniel to throw the exact same punch at the exact same time. Except Daniel's landed first. The impact shook Zack's core. His footing staggered slightly, and in that moment, Daniel capitalized. A clean, calculated straight right, sharp and precise, slammed into Zack's nose. A small splash of blood appeared. Zack immediately distanced himself, blinking rapidly. The crowd erupted. They had hoped for a good match, but no one thought the unknown challenger would be this good. Who the hell is this guy? Did you see that? He's copying Zack. He's not just copying, he's landing first. Zack wiped the small trickle of blood from his nose with the back of his glove while tightening his jaw. His heart pounded. Chapter 30, Conviction. Tuesday, May 21, 2024, 10:29 a.m. The air in the ring grew heavier. Zack, wiping the blood from his nose, took a slow breath before rolling his shoulders. The usual confidence in his expression was still there, but this time, it wasn't cockiness but determination. Lil Daniel stood across from him, calm and composed with his stance unchanged and breathing steady. Zack's fists tightened. He's stronger than I thought. He had fought plenty of people before, but this was different. Lil Daniel was the strongest one he has fought until now. The moment Zack tried to gain momentum, Daniel cut it off instantly. The moment Zack attacked, Daniel read it. But Zack wasn't done yet. His feet shifted, and he exploded forward. This time, he wasn't just throwing punches, he was picking his shots carefully, adjusting his rhythm. He flicked out a rapid left jab, testing Daniel's guard before immediately slipping to the side, twisting his torso as he threw a blazing fast right hook to the body. Daniel didn't move. Instead, his left arm dropped, absorbing the blow effortlessly against his ribs before immediately countering with a brutal straight punch to Zack's temple. Zack barely managed to pull his head back, but Daniel was already pressing forward. A low sweep feint, forcing Zack to react. Followed by a sharp liver shot to the opposite side of his body. Zack grunted as he felt that. Daniel began attacking every single weak point in Zack's style. Zack specialized in outboxing, staying mobile, picking apart opponents from range, slipping in and out. Daniel was shutting it down completely. Each time Zack tried to angle away, Daniel stepped in closer. Each time Zack threw a punch, Daniel interrupted with a sharper, faster counter. The more Zack moved, the more he felt like he was being pushed back into a corner. For the first time in a long while, he was being overpowered. Daniel's voice finally broke the silence. "What is strength to you, Zack?" Zack, still focused on finding a way to break through, answered without hesitation. "Strength is about dash." Bam! His sentence was cut off by a vicious uppercut. Daniel's fist drove straight into Zack's chin, sending his head snapping backward. Blood splattered from his mouth with his eyes rolling white for a moment as his entire body staggered. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Daniel lowered his arm as his eyes locked onto Zack's trembling form. "Strength comes in different forms," Daniel said calmly. "And to achieve it, you need to know what your path is." Zack's breath was ragged, his mind spinning from the impact. Daniel took a step forward. "Your beliefs." He struck. A brutal right hook buried into Zack's abdomen, forcing him to double over. "Your convictions." Another punch to the ribs, sending shockwaves of pain through Zack's body. But most importantly, Daniel's fists became a blur. 4. 5. 6 consecutive blows. Each one dug into Zack's core with his muscles spasming from the force. The relentless assault left small indentations in his skin as his entire midsection burned with agony. Zack's body shook violently, but Daniel's words rang louder than the pain. "You have to believe in yourself. Not in an arrogant way, not with false confidence, but deep in your soul." Bam! That's what gives you an unbreakable will. Zack's vision blurred as he took a shaky step back. Daniel's expression remained focused as he spoke. "You're talented, Zack." Daniel continued. "But you got complacent. Winning against weaker opponents made you believe you were strong." Zack gritted his teeth with his body barely able to hold itself up. "You lost your way." Zack's knees buckled, collapsing. A sharp cough left his lips with blood speckling the floor beneath him as he gasped for breath, his arms trembled from exhaustion and pain. The crowd exploded. "What the hell?" He knocked Zack down. "Who is this guy?" Whispers of awe and shock spread, but one voice wasn't cheering. Myra's. Her eyes widened in concern with her body already moving forward, but a firm hand grabbed her shoulder. She turned sharply as her gaze moved on to Big Daniel. His mask was off, revealing his calm and serious expression. "Let him be." Mira hesitated while clenching her fists. "He's hurt. This is necessary," Daniel said. "If Zack wants to be the greatest boxer of all time, he has to overcome many battles, and this is the first of many." Myra's eyes lowered, conflicted. She turned her gaze back to Zack, who was trembling. His body was wrecked with pain with ragged breaths, yet his fists inside the gloves were still clenched. Above him, Lil Daniel stood tall, looking down at him. Zach's body trembled, his muscles barely holding together as sharp pain coursed through his ribs. He clenched his teeth, refusing to let out another pained groan. Every inch of him ached, sweat dripping down his forehead, mixing with the streaks of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lil Daniel watched him for a moment before asking again, "What is strength?" Zach's fingers twitched with his fists weakly tightening. His breath came out ragged, but no words left his lips. His body simply wouldn't move, the pain is far greater than anything he had experienced before. Daniel's eyes narrowed slightly before he exhaled through his nose, turning around without another word. His footsteps were quiet as he walked away. The moment Zach saw his back, something inside him ignited. Zach's vision blurred for a moment before clearing, and in that instant, he felt something stir deep within him. A faint flicker, a spark of something unknown, small, but powerful, before it faded. His fingers pressed into the gloves on them, knuckles going white as he forced his body to move. His arms trembled violently, but his elbows locked, pushing his upper body up with sheer determination. His knees followed, wobbling as he fought against his own weight. A sharp, broken breath escaped his lips as he stood. The crowd gasped with whispers spreading like wildfire. Mira took a step forward with wide and worried eyes. Zach. He didn't hear her. His feet found their place with his stance shaky yet firm, fists lifting once more. His breaths came heavy, but his voice rang loud and clear for everyone to hear. Strength. Zach inhaled sharply, forcing his body to stand taller. Is what I'll use to become the best boxer in the world. The air shifted. Myra's breath caught in her throat as his words struck something deep within her. Her face burned, color rushing to her cheeks as she stared at him. Zach, his eyes fierce as his body still trembled, but he continued. And to have a happy life with Mira. A heavy silence followed. Then. Huh. The crowd erupted. Cheers, shouts, whistles, some students burst out laughing, others were shaking Zach's name like he had just won a championship. Now everyone thought it was just a show, but only the main characters knew. Mira, completely caught off guard, felt her face heat up even more with her lips parting slightly in shock. Lil Daniel, who had stopped mid-step, slowly turned his head, with gaze locking onto Zach. So show me how strong your conviction is. Zach. Name, Zach Lee. Height, 180 centimeters. Strength, -B. Speed, -B. Potential, -A+, up. Intelligence, -B. Endurance, -B. Chapter 31, In the Past. Tuesday, May 21, 2024, 10:46 a.m. Zach's chest heaved, his breath is ragged but controlled. His mistake was clear now. He had been too proud, too comfortable, letting himself believe that his past achievements were enough. But reality had just punched him in the face, repeatedly. Now. He wasn't fighting for pride anymore. He was fighting to prove his resolve. Zach pushed forward with his steps lighter than before, his stance more refined. His shoulders no longer carried the weight of arrogance, but determination. He struck first. A sharp jab to the chin, lightning quick. Daniel tilted his head, barely evading before immediately countering with a right straight aimed at Zach's ribs. Bam! Zach's left glove dropped, parrying the punch at the last second, but the force still pushed him slightly off balance. He gritted his teeth and forced his body forward, twisting his hips as he launched a heavy right hook. Daniel caught the movement instantly, his footwork precise as he leaned back, the punch missing him by inches. But this time, Zach saw it. Daniel's left shoulder tensed slightly, he was about to counter. Zach's body moved on instinct. The moment Daniel's countercross flew toward him, Zach ducked, rolling his upper body to the side before retaliating with a quick 1-2 combo to Daniel's ribs. Pam pam. Daniel blocked, his gloves absorbing the impact, but Zack felt it. He had landed something real. The crowd erupted at the sight, the tension in the air rising as students clapped and cheered. Zack's getting faster. Wait, did he just counter that? Who the hell is this new guy? He's crazy strong. Zack wasn't thinking about the crowd anymore. His focus was deep with his breathing still heavy, but his body more in tune with him than before. Daniel sidestepped, smoothly stepping into Zack's blind spot, his left fist shoot toward Zack's liver. Zack barely managed to angle his elbow down, deflecting the impact. Pum. Daniel didn't slow down, shifting his weight quickly, launching a vicious uppercut. Zack's back foot pushed off the ground, pivoting at the last second to slip past the attack. He countered with a sharp straight punch, aiming for Daniel's nose. Daniel's head tilted just enough with the punch grazing past his cheek. Zack pulled back, throwing a left body hook. Daniel caught it, gloves absorbed the force but his stance was still unshaken. Zack clenched his jaw. He was improving, but even now, even with his newfound clarity, Daniel was still ahead. Daniel's eyes flickered with interest as he smoothly slipped under Zack's next punch before driving his gloves into Zack's gut. Boom! Zack lurched forward with his lungs nearly caving in from the force. A clean, devastating liver shot. His legs buckled slightly with his body instinctively trying to fold, but he forced himself to stay up. His vision blurred for a second before sharpening again. No. Not yet. He wouldn't let himself fall again. Daniel took a step back in a calm but observant gaze. Zack let out a shaky breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. His fists tightened inside his gloves with his stance adjusting. He was still standing. Daniel's lips finally curved slightly. Good job, Zack. Then, his expression shifted. His arms lowered slightly with his elbows tucking inward, his gloves tightening as his fists pressed lightly together. And then, he crouched. His form shifted with his gloves raising just high enough to barely reveal his sharp, focused eyes through the small gap. 10:51 a.m. Zack's entire body froze. The stance Daniel had taken was dangerous. The air felt heavier, an invisible weight pressing down on his shoulders. A raw, suffocating intensity radiated from Daniel's still form with his eyes peering through the small gap between his gloves. Then, Daniel finally spoke. This move. I can only use 30% of its power. Zack's fists trembled slightly with his mind processing what he had just heard. The gloves are too bulky. Daniel continued. And they protect you from actually tasting my hardened fists. Zack's breath hitched. Then, Daniel moved. No, he disappeared. A deep indentation was left in the canvas where Daniel had stood, his footwork tearing into the ring as his body blurred. Zack's eyes barely caught the motion, but by the time he registered it, Daniel was already on his right. Crouched low with his right hand chambered at his side and already launching forward. Bam! The impact was cataclysmic. Zack's entire core caved in with his body lifting off the ground from the sheer force. The world spun violently as he soared through the air with his back arching before he crashed onto the mat. His vision swayed, stars flickering in his eyes as he stared at the morning sky. Then, darkness. He was out. The crowd exploded. Holy shit. Did he just send him flying? No way that was real. Most of the students watching had already assumed this was a staged performance, a well-rehearsed show put on for entertainment. But Mira knew. She had never seen real fights before, but for her it's clear what's the situation. Meanwhile, on the far side of the crowd, two figures stood watching intently. Vin Jean adjusted his tinted sunglasses with his usual cocky grin absent. Damn, that unknown guy is strong. Beside him, Mary Kim's expression remained serious. He kind of looks like Daniel. Vin shot her a look, clearly confused. The hell are you talking about? It's nighttime. How can you even tell? Before he could blink, Mary's fist slammed into his face. You're so damn dumb, she snapped. Even if it's just a little, that small guy has some of Daniel's features. Vin grumbled, rubbing his cheek, but didn't argue further. Instead, his eyes drifted back to the ring, analyzing with what he could see. Lil Daniel, now done with the fight, peeled off his gloves and knelt down, grabbing Zach's unconscious form effortlessly before lifting him up. Without a word, he stepped off the ring and began walking toward the infirmary. Mira quickly followed with worry etched all over her face. At the same time, Big Daniel adjusted his mask, getting ready to disappear into the crowd. But before he could, a hand touched his shoulder. He turned his head slightly, seeing Mary. She wasn't alone. Vin stood next to her with his usual smug, hands were stuffed into his pockets as he looked away like he wasn't interested. Daniel tilted his head slightly before offering a small nod. What's up? Mary hesitated for a second, then glanced toward Lil Daniel's retreating form before shifting her gaze back to Big Daniel. You and him, are you two related? Daniel's lips curled slightly. Yeah. Mary raised an eyebrow, waiting for more. Daniel sighed and finally gave her the answer. He's my twin brother. Both Mary and Vin looked genuinely surprised. Mary narrowed her eyes slightly. Then why is he so different from you? Shouldn't he look more like you if you're twins? Daniel nodded casually. He was fat a few weeks ago. His growth is just catching up now. Mary hummed in thought, while Vin scoffed, shaking his head. TCH. That guy's boxing was solid. Daniel glanced at him. Solid, yeah. But nowhere near the real powerhouses. Vin's eyebrow twitched. Ha. What's that supposed to mean? Daniel's gaze was steady. He's nothing compared to the first generation. The atmosphere shifted. Vin's body stiffened slightly, while Mary's eyes sharpened. Few people in their school even knew about them. Yet this guy, Park Hyun-seong, had just casually mentioned them like it was nothing. Vin pushed up his sunglasses slightly, before asking in quieter tone. How the hell do you know about that? Daniel shrugged, feigning indifference. Rumors. Heard a few things here and there. He let out a small sigh, stretching his arms. It's not like it matters anymore, right? That generation already ended. His eyes flickered toward them, gauging their reactions. Both Vin and Mary remained still for a moment before shaking their heads. Yeah. Mary finally said, crossing her arms. It's all in the past now. Daniel studied them for another second, but before he could say anything else. A loud voice boomed over the speakers. Attention, everyone. The annual slave auction is about to begin. The crowd roared in excitement. Daniel sighed. This bullshit again.